Yo, what's going on, guys? Look at the stream. Hopefully you can hear me all good. Hello, hello, hello. Come on, mate. I think the audio's all good, yeah? I think the audio's all good. Ooh. When did this come out? Legend of Heroes Trials Through Daybreak. When did that happen? It was last year. What? Okay, hold up 2 seconds. I want to check something. Is Marvel Rivals out now? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, so people are just in a test still. All right. I saw more people playing it. I was wondering if it was actually out now. I guess not. I guess not. Appreciate everybody stopping by though, guys. If you do, remember, if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. If you're watching the short stream and you're on mobile, you can touch and hold the screen for 2 seconds and the like button will pop up. Click the like. It's very much appreciated. Or you can click the dislike. It's up to you. If you're watching on a desktop though, guys, you can just like the video like normal. If you're watching the normal stream, of course, that's okay. If you're watching the short stream on desktop, don't do it. Come over to Twitch or go over to the other YouTube chat, or the other YouTube stream, should I say. If you go over to the channel, or there's a link in the chat, pinned comment, hit it, hit either of those, Twitch or YouTube, and it'll take you to the full screen stream. And you can watch it in all its HD glory. 936p if you're watching on Twitch, 1440 if you're watching on YouTube, because it's posh. It's posh over there. Hope everybody's having a good day though, guys. I'm gonna watch a couple of videos as well again today. One, because I want to see what this is going on with Zenless Zero. Dev notes have been dropped. Apparently there's some big improvements, chain cancellations and stuff like that, and I think as well stuff regarding the TV, which has been a big contested point for a lot of people, hasn't it? Didn't really push me too much. I just think it was implemented badly. But I guess they've saw that most people, at least most people anyway, are not big fans of it. So I'm going to check that out as well. And then we're going to hop onto some Wuthering Waves. And then this evening, I think we'll play some Zenless and I don't know, maybe some more Wuthering Waves, maybe, potentially. We're going to build up Verena a little bit. We need to get ascended and up to level 80. We also need to get Changli's Forte Circuit, get a Tracy's leveled up a little bit more, so we need to do some farming for that as well. So a little bit of dual farming, probably spend some solvents maybe. Hopefully, you're all good. Just check something here before we get into things as well. Right, okay. Cool. Sweet. Sweet. We're not going to mess around, man, because we're a little bit late, because just as I went to go live, freaking Windows is like, yeah, I'm just going to update the streaming PC. Bye. So, yeah. That put us back a little bit. Not going to lie, I was about 5 minutes late anyway. But that made us like another 5-10 minutes late, because it took its sweet-ass time, actually. Took its sweet-ass time. Give me a second, though. But yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well. Congratulations, you made it halfway through the week. 2 more days to go after today. And it's the weekend. And then you do it all over again, right? I'm looking forward to the weekend, though. Freaking crackheads well, there's a girl who lives down the road who's maybe gone in with the wrong crowd, like, and it's got some crackheads that keep coming around by hers now. And, like, they're always arguing, and I had to tell them to fuck off last night. I got that wound up, like, it's like 12:30, man. I'm like, I've got to get up in 6 hours. And these idiots are arguing. I've been holding my tongue for a long time, but I just had to say something. I really didn't want to, you know? Because you can't trust them when you're not in the house to do something to the fucking house or the car or something. Yeah, I couldn't stand it anymore. Alright. It's, All right, we're going to check this video first because it's Wuthering Waves.
Reliable sources, Uncle Bird window about. Welcome back.
If I can pause the video, YouTube doesn't want to let me. Doesn't want to let me. Having none of it. All right, let's do this. Let's freaking do this. I'm not even on the right screen here. Hold up, let me sort OBS out so you guys can actually see what's going on. What's going on? Give me a second. All right. Get chat up so I can see what's crack-a-lacking. See what's crack-a-lacking. Let me just check something because I don't know if when I'm on this full color palette that it just looks a bit too, like, you know, the contrast's too much, you know what I mean? You know, if you got, sorry, went on default, if you go to full, you know, wash these things out a little bit, but I just feel like it looks a little bit better on screen. I don't know, what do you think? What do you think? Default or full? We'll keep it on default for the time being. All right, let's check this video out then. Let's check it out. Video, let's, hold up. Sorry, I'm having some issues here. All right, there we go. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good to go. We're good to go. Shout out to everybody who might be stopping by though, guys. Appreciate ya. If you're watching the stream after the fact on YouTube as well, thanks. Drop a like, all that good stuff. Let's get straight into it, man. All right, let's check out this video from Yinlin Waves then, shall we? A big update, all confirmed 2.0 characters. 1.3, 1.4, Geshu Lin, Scar, Plover, I think it is, and Wuthering Waves, obviously. All right, let's check out this video then from Yinlin and see what it's all about then. Let's turn it up. Dude, I'm getting like some fuzzing. Hold up a second. I do apologise. I'm getting some fuzzing in my ear, and it's kind of pissing me off. Let me just play.
If there's two things in game that I'm really enjoying right now, it's fighting games.
Okay, I think he's all right. Okay, my bad. Apologies. All right, let's get back to it. All right, should we get back to it? All right, let's watch this video from Yinlin Waves. Big update, all confirmed 2.0 characters. Let's see what the crack is.
Welcome back, players. Hope you guys are doing fine. And I
Doing
know
good.
it has been 3 days since I uploaded a new video, but don't worry, the wait is going to be worth it. Because we got some info from reliable sources, Uncle Bird window, about upcoming characters in the patch version.
Okay.
1.3 and 2.0. Also, that we will directly jump from 1.4 to 2.0.
I was going to say, I did see this on Twitter, actually. We're going from 1.4 to 2.0. Yeah, okay.
And won't have patch 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8. So today we will be discussing about upcoming character banners, which will be featured in version 1.3 and 1.
Still, hopefully we get to see something maybe in the future, or even just some talking about potential sustain support healers. We need another one. Kuro, if that's one thing you're going to get in the game, I'm going to try and push forward and prioritize. We need somebody to combat the Verena meta. There's just nobody who competes with it at the moment. We don't need any more DPSs just yet. Get us a good healing support character that rivals her.
0.4, along with some speculations about patch version 2.0.
Okay.
Before continuing to the video, let me give you a small disclaimer that everything I mention in the video is totally based on minor leaks we get from 4chan, #404 server, and other different sources. Also, few of them are my speculations based on my previous
Nice bit of dubious speculation. I'm all here for it.
videos and previous leaks, which can be changed in future. So consider all this info with a chances of 60 to 40% of becoming true.
Like how specific they are with the chances of becoming true.
But before that, if you guys want to pull new characters like Changli and Changli, but you are low on Lunites, then
Got both of them. Just saying. Skill difference. We pulled Changli in 22 pulls, you know. It's just, I just got to say, you just got to get good at the game.
check out this website called
Guys, has anybody tried these websites? These websites seem super shady to me. I'm not saying they are. They just seem it. Like, I've seen ones where, I don't know if it's this exact one, where it's like, oh, you can wait like between 5 minutes and 20 minutes for your stuff to come onto your account. It's like, dude, if I'd have bought something like that and I was like 10 minutes later, I still hadn't got it on my account, I'd be starting to freak out a little bit.
Bar, where you can get 20% discount on Lunites compared to the in-game purchases. Look, this is how I purchased 3,280 Lunites just for $40, which costs $49 in the game. Let's see if
See, like, for me, I just, obviously, I don't know this site. I'm not questioning it. It just seems a bit iffy. But is it really worth it for a $5 saving, you know? I guess maybe if you're doing it repeatedly, it all adds up. But, yeah, I don't know if I'd risk it myself personally.
I received
Not trying to shit on a sponsor. You know, sorry about that.
Lunites in my account. Pretty fast, right? It's completely safe and secure. You can also check the reviews if you want. So check out the link.
Oh, yeah, man, you can definitely always check reviews on websites, can't you? Because there's never botted or, you know, people who work for the company or people who are getting paid to say that it's a good service, you know? Totally, yeah. If it's got a good review, then it means it's
in the
definitely safe.
description. And new users who use my link can get up to
I'm gonna
additional
stop
5%
roasting on it
discount
now.
coupon on the purchase. Firstly, let's discuss about version 1.3, about which we got confirmed information about character banners.
Hold up.
So recently, a reliable source gave a piece of important information saying Camelia's in-game SFX has been leaked, and I did my research to confirm the fact, and it was true, her SFX
Dude, she looks so good. Camellia looks so freaking good. Like, I love her design. Like, I think I'm a bit of a sucker for this, like, pale, like, almost ethereal look. I love it about Jinsei. Like, there's something about Jinsei. She doesn't have the, like, the bombastic sex appeal of, like, Yinlin or Changli, but she just looks so freaking good, and this character does as well, man.
was really leaked. So this clearly implies that in no time, we will able to pull Camellia as a playable character in version 1.3, and I am sure with this information, because you guys know that before the release of version 1.2 characters like Jeji and Changli Yao, even their in-game SFX were leaked.
Yep.
So this info transparently implies that we will be getting Camellia in version 1.3, and I'm really excited for her. What about you guys? So moving on to
What kind of character is she then? She's Havoc, but like, what are we talking here? Hopefully, we're getting some sort of like support role. You know, I know we're not getting a healer or a sustain character by the looks of things, but I want to see a bit more support at the moment as well. Not just straight sub DPS support. I want to see like a full on support that can like work with multiple teams. That'd be something I'd like to see. Like, I feel like we're kind of getting like a little bit top heavy on DPS in this game, if I'm honest.
the next character we can get to see in version 1.3 can be another new female character, because Uncle Bird Window recently gave us new information saying that in version 1.3 we can get to see 2 new female characters.
Of course, I think they might have learned a little bit, Kuro, at the moment, that, you know, that the male characters are not exactly the way to make all of the dollars. I think this is the guy we're getting for free. Yeah, the guy that's on screen now. I forgot his name.
Guys, this leak can confirm that the female character we may get to see in version 1.3 can definitely be Camellia, and coming to another new character that can be Shanrin.
Dude, she looks so good.
Or you can just call her Coast Guard. For now, we only got some limited information about her saying that she can be a Glacio Element character.
Okay.
But I really doubt that, because in version 1.2, we are getting a new female character named Jeji.
Okay.
So why do Kuro Games going to release a new female character with same element attribute? Well, I personally, this is not true because releasing a new female character with same element attribute would feel really repetitive.
I guess so, yeah. I guess so. There's definitely some truth to that, but it depends on how the character fit. That like they could really work well together. I do understand what you're saying now, but yeah, you know, it depends whether like one's going to be a support or one's going to be a DPS or one's going to like, you know, really complement the other one quite well. But yeah, it does make sense what you're saying.
Whatever, keeping that aside, let's discuss more about Camellia before moving on to version 1.4 and 2.0. Firstly, leaks suggest that Camellia wields a sword in combat, and she is a 5-star.
Dude, this cutscene was pretty lit actually.
Havoc Resonator. Her in-game cutscene shows her
I'm here
using
for her coming to
plant-based
the game.
abilities with a Havoc theme. We also got her kit leaks way back in May.
Plant-based abilities with a Havoc theme. Did she say plant-based? She did, yeah.
Her kit leaks way back in May or June, and many players are really eager for her Havoc theme. We all her. Her in-game cutscene shows her using plant-based abilities with a Havoc theme.
Yeah. I was going to say, because she did, didn't she? She used that, they were like those vines that she was using to trap Rover, yeah.
Also got her kit leaks way back in May or June, and many players are really eager for her debut in version 1.3.
Yeah, she
honestly,
does look really
I am
good.
really fed up with these female characters. Rather, I really want to see some strong male characters in upcoming versions.
What? Get out of here with that shit.
Now, let's move on to versions.
Not gonna lie though, I do really like Calcharo and Gian. They're fun because the thing for me, obviously, it's all about the waifus. But the thing for me, the male characters in this game are legit like chads. You know, they're not like the twinky characters that you get in Genshin. I'll say that one thing for Star Rail though. The male characters in Star Rail are a lot better as well. But yeah, the male characters in this game really do kind of slap. At least in design wise, you know. But you know, it's all about the waifus, right? It's all about the waifus, man.
1.4 and 2.0. The reason why I am not mentioning the patch version 1.5 is that I recently got info saying that Kuro games are directly jumping from version 1.4 to 2.0.
I've always wondered how they come up with, you know, the numerations for updates. What makes them decide to go like from 1.4 to 2.0? You know, what is it in the decision making that makes them do that? Anybody who works in this side of things, like, I'd love to know the reasoning behind this sort of stuff.
Now, this leak implies that we won't be getting any filler versions, I presume. Now, moving on to character banners, we may get to see in version 1.4. Remember, the following leaks are purely based on some unreliable sources.
This is here. Attack increases by 15%, stacking up to 3 times and lasting for 25 seconds. Dude, she looks so good as well. I must admit, the characters look like they're slapping that are coming up. They look really, really good, actually. The only one that doesn't look good is the dude that's apparently going to be the free 5-star. He just his kit looks great, but he just looks so basic. Like, she looks amazing. Like, the people that were saying she looks crap and bland, I just, like, what are you smoking?
So make sure to take this information as a grain of sand. So in the upcoming version of 1.4, we can expect Scar or Frolova.
Speaking about how I was saying about, to be fair though, Frolova is so freaking cool looking, but I must admit, I want to get Scar. Scar hits so good in the story, and he, like, out of all the characters, was voice acted the best. Such a cool character. Can't wait for him to drop in the game, actually, but she looks so freaking cool.
About Scar. He is not currently a playable character in Wuthering Waves, but there is a chance he might become one in the future.
Has to. Absolutely has to. Just gotta happen, right? When are we gonna get to meet Calcharo as well? And is there any link between Calcharo and Changli? Just because they both keep saying Sever? Like, I don't know. Like, am I just looking into that too much? But, like, I wonder if there's some sort of link between those two. But, dude, I can't wait to meet Calcharo and, like, you know, do something around his story, because at the minute he's just like this Giga Chad 5-star that's just like, who is he? You know?
The game hasn't mentioned anything about making villainous characters playable, though it does allow players.
How do we know, though, that he is going to stay a villain? You know, at the moment, he's like an antagonist character. Or it's not to say that he won't flip or will learn more about what's going on, that he's not necessarily the bad guy. So I think he's going to be playable, and I do think he's going to be kind of a flip sort of. He's going to be kind of come a anti-hero. I really do.
To collect monsters and use them in fights as echoes.
That's
Given
a little bit
Scar's
different, though,
popularity, there's a good chance he will eventually be a playable character.
He
For
should
now,
as well.
expect to see Scar often in the game's story missions. Talking about Scar's element, it appears to be a fusion type with resistance to fusion elements, requiring players to adapt their strategies. But the twist here is in the second stage, Scar can transform into what appears to be a goat, or
Do you reckon this is probably going to be an Echo, isn't it? I would imagine this will be an Echo. Well, you know, it might be an ability in game with him that he will be able to transform like this for his ultimate, potentially. I don't know, but I've got a feeling this is going to be a new Echo in one of the new areas that we go to when we get to go to different countries.
Baphomet form, changing his element to Electro type. Now just imagine getting Scar as a playable character that would really flip the dynamic.
That's a good point, actually. If you could switch mid-fight from Fusion to Electro. Ooh, dude, that'd be insane, actually. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I've just got a feeling that's going to be an Echo, if I'm honest. That'd be wild, though. Will it really work well with him, then? Interesting.
Mix of the game. Now moving on to Frolova, initially she was out of sight in Wuthering Waves, but now she stands to be one of the most mysterious character in Wuthering Waves.
She's lurking in the background.
There's a connection
and she looks like she's super powerful as well.
Her abilities and past with the game's story, making her a character that players want to understand and study. It also seems that Frolova is Scar's sister, which is a pivotal point in the game's narration. For now, her relation is not familiar, but it leaves a twist to understand the deeper story of Wuthering Waves. Finally, let's talk about patch version 2.0.
Dude, I cannot wait till we get to explore new nations. I've said it so many times in my streams, but I really am looking forward to that when we get the, because obviously we got the 1.1 update and we got a new area, but it was within the nation that we're in now. You know, it was within Changli. I cannot wait until we actually get a full-on new nation with a different theme, with different aesthetics, and hopefully a lot of new echoes and, of course, characters. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Geshu Lin hasn't been confirmed as a playable character so far, but his appearance, storyline, and style suggest he might eventually become one. While he hasn't been officially confirmed or leaked as a future character, he seems like a promising candidate. In Wuthering Waves, you can generally distinguish between NPCs and playable units based on their appearance and behavior, and Geshu Lin exhibits all the traits of a playable unit. He's mysterious, his fate is unknown, and his storyline seems unfinished, which likely means he could join your team in the future.
Reckon it's some relation to
In the
Caltero.
cutscene explaining his
Kind
past,
of looks, doesn't
Geshu
he?
Lin wields a broad blade, indicating this might be his potential weapon type if he becomes playable. He also appears to possibly use the fusion attribute, based on the colors surrounding him in this scene.
Dude, I just gotta stop for a second. The music is slapping in the background.
Beyond this, there are currently no official details about his skill set, element, or other attributes, unlike other recruits like Camellia. So this is it for today, guys. Hope you folks enjoyed this video and my speculations. I am really excited for the upcoming patch version, and if you guys liked this video, please make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, as I am going to make a giveaway of 5 battle passes when my channel hits 8K subscribers, saying this thank you and peace out. Peace.
There you go. If you want to get yourself a chance to get the battle pass, Yinling Waves, go drop a sub. Big update. I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most out of characters, potentially for me, if I'm honest, is I really am looking forward to Scar. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for the waifus, but I just think Scar's such a cool character. He's one of the most interesting, and he was just so well acted, voice acted in the game that he just makes me want him, and I just think he's going to be a really cool character. Definitely think he's going to be playable. I think we are going to see him as some more of an anti-hero, or we're going to learn something in the story and he's going to flip and he's not necessarily going to be the bad guy anymore, or the antagonist to our situation. And Fravlova, I think it is how you pronounce it, she just looks like, every time we've seen her, she's so mysterious, and like obviously she's hot, and she just looks like she's got some cool abilities potentially waiting for us to use. But it's like, I feel like potentially she might be a later character. I feel like Scar might be playable for her. I feel like even though Scar seems like he's the antagonist, I feel like she's the, you know, the dark figure bit more behind Scar than the, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I just feel like that's the way it's going to go. But I definitely do think Scar's going to become more of an anti-hero character and definitely playable. And if he doesn't, then I think it's time we got to Riot and Kuro have got to switch shit up. But I think it's going to happen. But that was a really good video, actually. Yinling Waves, big update, all confirmed characters for 2.0, 1.3, and 1.4. Good video, man. Definitely check her out. Show some love. Hit the subscribe button and maybe get yourself a chance to win a battle pass. It's a great video, actually. Interesting. I'm learning things. Yo, what's going on, Bullet Time? Dude, it's warm in my office, man. It's so warm in my house today. It's like not even that warm outside, you know. But it is, I'm cooking. I am cooking.
So,
And not in a good way either. I mean. Oh, chat. Alright, let's check this video out as well. Because, apparently, we've got some dev notes that have dropped for Changli Zone 0. And the TV system's going to be reduced, apparently. And some combat changes as well. Just got to preface the video by saying, I kind of like the TV system. I just like the way it was applied in the story. So I just want to say that because I know there's a lot of people who absolutely hate it. And they're going to be cheering from the sidelines. But I like the TV system. I just think it can be applied in the game in a better way. But let's check out this video from Pepezin. 1.1 Changli Zone 0 completely changes the game. The devs listened. Let's see what he's got to say then.
hello guys, how y'all doing? So, I was just going to bed, and ZZZ just announced a shitload of changes. Devs actually listened, and you guys won't believe how much the game is changing. So
Hoyo listened. This can't be true, right?
without further ado, let's just get into it, shall we?
All right, let's get it.
So, would you look at that? I'm gonna take a quick read and then I'm gonna
Jesus, man, bro posted an essay. Holy crap, dude.
explain everything, okay? So,
Alright,
as
you
you're
read
seeing
it for
over
me because I'm
here,
too lazy.
They're super happy. The people are enjoying the game. They love it. The creative team
Super happy people spent 25 million within the first couple of days, definitely.
is excited to show new things that they're going to introduce into the game, such as improving the TV mode and combat experience, offering more diverse and challenging.
Hold up, let's see this in here. Throughout this journey, we've also realised that many areas in the game need further refinement and optimization. We've received invaluable feedback from you, such as improving the connection between the HDD TV mode and combat experience, offering more diverse and challenging combat options, and optimizing some repetitive exploration experiences. Yes, just got to say right off the bat there, fire, okay? The TV system, I like it. I just think using it as a vehicle for the story wasn't the best idea, because I just think it can be used sometimes for story bits, just here and there. But I think how it's used as quite a large portion between moving between instances just is a little bit too abstract. It's distracting, and it's not a good way to tell the story, in my opinion. It's a good way mechanically to do little things within the game, but not necessarily for the story. And I just think it should be like a part of the end game and other side content. And so that's good to see that hopefully that's what they're going to do. And I think maybe this links into the other statement here regarding some repetitive exploration experiences. So, you know, because really the TV system is the exploration experience, really. It gets you from one combat instance to another combat instance. You know, when you're doing the mechanics in the story, like, you know, the thing with the train and all that sort of stuff, and chasing down the AI construction machines that have gone wild, it's all done within the TV system, which is fine mechanically. I quite like the puzzles and the little subsystems within the TV, but doing that part of it wasn't necessarily fun. I would have rather have done that somehow in the actual 3D environment. I said this before, I'd like to see more links between instance combat where you're actually traversing with your characters. It could even be quite linear, just allow a few chests here and there and some few branching paths to go off to open some chests. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just give me something a little, because the world's so cool as Zenless Zone Zero. They need to give us more of it. So that's good to see. So hopefully we see something like that as well. And I do like the idea of a more challenging, diverse combat options. Because at the moment, when you get to like the harder stuff, it's more just damage sponges and time gates, which is, I get it, that's a lot of the stuff in gacha games, but I just want to feel like the combat makes me think a little bit more. You know, it is quite easy at the start. There's definitely more nuance, but I want to have to think a little bit more with the combat in the game. So that's good to see.
Options to combat, optimizing some exploration experiences, and much more. So let's just get into the nitty gritty, shall we? First of all, they're going to be changing the experience on stories. So in the newer stories, starting on 1.1, we will be able to explore through rarely.
You'll be able to interact with new Eridu's neighborhoods and fight through levels to advance the story's progress from the perspective of the mission's protagonist. So what does that mean? We'll be doing more combat outside of the hollow instances, does he? I'm not quite sure what that means. Or will there be instances that we can enter from the neighborhoods that are not necessarily via the HDD, potentially?
Missions kinda systems. So no more TVs doing story quests during explorations. Now we're gonna be walking through.
That's good to hear. I don't necessarily get that there's going to be no TV systems. I think it's just going to be drastically reduced. So I think it's something that probably will take 1 or 2 updates before it's removed fully, if that's what they plan to do, because they are going to have to create some like filler content of you doing all of that story stuff. I don't want us just to be looking at character boards of them talking. I want us to actually do some of that action. So they've got to make that happen, which I wouldn't think they could do it all of that by the next update and remove it entirely. So it'll probably be like a stage thing, I would imagine anyway.
Really into different instance zones, kind of like HSR, and just walking, killing mobs, opening chests.
Yeah, this is exactly what I said. You know, they've got the they've got the format and the blueprint in Honkai Star Rail. I understand the TV system is a unique system, and I do believe that that's what they wanted to create. But I think, you know, a little bit of a mix of both. Reduce it so it's really very small and it only pops up here and there, or it pops up while you're doing that traversal. Say you've got like the in between the instances, kind of like Honkai Star Rail, and then you've got like some, you know, mobs to fight if you want to, or you can even bypass some of them. But then like there's little puzzles, and that the TV systems is in those within those puzzles. I think that could kind of work well.
This is going to be huge, 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 huge for the TV complainers. This is going to absolutely change the way that people interact and enjoy the story, because I know there's a bunch of people that dropped because of the TVs. I myself am a TV enjoyer.
Facts, bro. Same. Me too.
Especially after Nekomata's story quest. But that doesn't matter. From now on, we're going to have true explorations during story quests. And that's huge, 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 huge. Besides that,
if that is the case of what they're going to do, that is massive, because it is going to change the game entirely, in its entirety. Like, that is, like, pretty, like, earth-shattering for the game, really. You know, it's going to change how the game, like works in its entirety.
they're also adding a manual chain attack. If you guys knew,
That's good.
on CBT2, they already had that. They removed
I didn't know that.
CBT3. I think it was that, or they had it on 1 and removed on 2.
See, I didn't partake in any of the closed beta tests, so I didn't know that at all.
Something like that. It doesn't matter. The point is that now we won't be forced into using the chain attack. We'll be capable.
After stunning an enemy, your actions will not trigger other agents' chain attacks. That's so good, because that's where it takes away the manual feel of the game, and it almost feels like, this is where I was saying that this game's kind of like that in between of the full-on manual action combat of something like Genshin and the turn-based combat of something like Star Rail. It's not turn-based, this game, but it kind of almost feels like it fits in the middle, but not in the best way sometimes. I definitely want more control over that stuff, so that's really good. It's good that they've listened with that.
Capable of activating it manually and canceling the chain attack if
That's
it
good.
triggers. This is huge if you want to min-max your damage, because you guys, believe it or not, depending on the team you're running, doing chain attacks is a
Yep, it definitely dampens your DPS, that's for sure.
DPS loss, especially if you're doing the whole 3 characters combo, right? So
Yep.
this is huge for getting that
This is big. This is really good news. This is.
little more damage to your characters, to your rotation. This is going to be super useful on like higher shield defense levels. It's a great change, to be honest, and just feeling like you're.
It is, especially for the shield stuff, because, you know, that's all about DPS checks in time limits, and you've got damage sponge for characters. So if you can squeeze out every little bit of last damage, that's great. So being able to have more control over that is going to make that content that much more attainable and enjoyable as well.
More in control of your team, of your characters, is going to feel so much better.
Yep.
Not only that, they're saying that they're going to be adding a new series of challenging combat missions and game modes. So
this is good to hear. This is what I was talking about. This is where Wuthering Waves needs to target its priorities as well, is end game and challenging combat, overworld challenging combat, and variations of end game stuff. We need like resetting and rotating replayable content that kind of changes and additional stuff quite often. I think that's where these games really need to step up the game, in my opinion.
You're probably getting new game modes besides Hollow Zero and Shield Defense for endgame, and this is
Good shit.
huge
This is
news.
big.
Because I'm gonna be honest, the more game modes, the better. The less repetitive it feels, the
Yep.
more entertaining it feels, the more you want to spend time into the game. And this is amazing, because I'm really enjoying the game, and I'm super excited for these 3 changes that they just announced. This one's more of a...
These are all massive changes. These are not small changes at all. These are huge, these are. Like, I really didn't expect this amount of changes to be announced this early. I expected them. I genuinely did expect them to start happening. A lot of people's like, Hoyo, we're not going to listen. And I know, you know, that's kind of Hoyo's MO, at least when it comes to the West and everywhere else. But these changes for me just seem to fundamentally negatively affect the game for most people. You know, even the people who like the game, which I am one of those people. I just think, you know, these are all W's. These are so far.
Right? The quality of life change. Basically, they're going to make easier for us to see the resistances of the enemies on shield defense.
That's
Because
good.
right now you have to open the details on the enemy to see which elements they are resistant to. So they're probably just going to leave it obvious on the first image whenever we're team building for it, which is just a simple yet
Just small quality of life. Those are the sort of things that really add up, though. Those little things that just save you a click here, going into a sub menu there. They build up over time when you're hitting content over and over again.
great change, right? So after unlocking a new agent, we'll instantly be able to use them as an icon for our account. I don't really
Okay.
mind. I don't think I even changed my internet.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not something that I'm really bothered about, but it's cool little, you know, another cool little quality of life thing that people can, you know, just mess around and change the look of their account. That's always good, you know. Customizability is good.
account avatar, but I mean, I know you guys like it, so that's great, right? And for our mobile enjoyers, they're going to be allowing us to change the buttons, change the through some presets, so not free controller customizations. Although this is going to be great because I know there's a lot of people that play it on mobile.
So what does that mean to all the mobile gamers? I don't play mobile. Does that mean you can literally move where the button sits on the screen, or is this for pads that connect to mobile? For people who play, you know, via a pad via mobile?
Of course, it's a mobile game after all, and in China they play on mobile a lot. But this is huge to allow them to play the game on a more comfortable way, right? So obviously. And now the changes on 1.2. So starting on 1.2, whenever we have some uncollected rewards, we're going to have a feature called Fair Resistance. That isn't the name as it. It's just a temporary name, but it doesn't matter. The point is, whenever you meet certain requirements, probably a certain level or completed the whole chapter or something, we're going to be able to hand this quest to Fairy, and she's going to automatically collect everything that we forgot, that we missed on those quests.
That's good. That's good. Another quality of life thing there. That's nice. I like that.
And this is great because I know there's some players, especially the whales, they don't really want to replay quests just to collect 10 polychromes or 2 more leveling mats. So this is great for those players that don't really want to replay things or that just don't care that much for it, right? So
will that kind of work like assignments? Will you be basically it'll be I would imagine it to be kind of like assignments, yeah.
Lovely addition. Not only that, this is a huge change, was the feedback that I saw the most when talking about TVs, which is basically what they're saying is whenever you activate the faster mode, the 2x, right? You're now not going to be locked from moving while characters are talking, while they're interacting,
That's good.
while they're...
So this is like what I was talking about, where it being used as a vehicle for the story, like breaks down, because it just kind of like, it interrupts the story and the story interrupts it, because it's something that you kind of want to, even if you enjoy the system, it's something you want to like kind of fly through quick. You don't, it's not like, you know, it's not like you're in a 3D environment and you're kind of taking it in and enjoying the aspect of it. You know, it's just a fun little mode that you can just fly, well, not for everybody, that you just kind of fly through, doesn't it? So it kind of, like I say, it doesn't work with the story, because you hit that and then you're like, fuck, I've got to wait, and then you kind of want to rush through that, and it's just all just like leads to a bit of a jank experience.
Other animation playing, and this is huge because the TVs are going to feel so much better now that we're going to be able to freely move.
So that shows to me then, unless this is something that's coming before the removal of it in the story, if that's what's happening, shows that it's still going to be a part of the storytelling. Hopefully a lot less, but it's just going to be, you know, it's going to be a little bit smoother in terms of being able to just get through everything. So yeah, I think we're still going to have TVs as a part of the story, if I'm honest. I just think probably going to see it a lot less.
Through them, even when people are talking, when things are happening on the board. So this is a huge W, because this, you guys believe it or not, this is one of the things that makes the TV feel clunky, feels bad. So huge, great change, because now, even though on future patches the TVs, there won't be as many TVs, since we're going to be doing rally commissions kind of story quests. For the people that are going to replay the game, or even in other quests that they do decide to use the TVs, we will be able to simply walk through while NPCs are talking or things are happening. And this is great because it's going to feel so much smoother. It's crazy.
Big W's.
So this,
I must say, so far, this has been nothing but huge W's, like huge W's. This is like going to really change the quality of the game, the enjoyment of the game, the overall feel of the game. This is all good stuff, man. Like Hoyo really have looked at everybody's feedback here and really decided to act upon it. It's just how long this is going to take, but this is good to see. I'm really pleased with this.
This one is just a preset, so basically they're going to allow us to set a team and the Bamboo to just quick lock them in. That's good. I don't really care about it. After all, it just takes like 10 seconds to pick your team. But I mean,
no major thing.
Quality of life changes, so I'm not going to complain, of course. Not only that, they're going to be adding new things into the agent training. That is the lab, basically, where you try your character freely, where you choose mobs to try rotations, to try different mechanics, to try quick cancel, to try discover hidden inputs, all of that. But this is going to be great for people who love labbing the characters, love to min-max your rotation. This is going to be super useful. So again, huge W again. So the next change. After reaching a certain internet level, we will finally be able to...
Yes. Huge. Man, W's all around here, boys.
The time however we want to. So for example, now in the game, you can only basically sleep once or twice. I think it's twice, right? Because you can sleep once and then you can sleep on midnight to go to morning. So if you want to min-max it, you can kind of sleep twice a day. And now, whenever you reach a certain level, probably around 40, because then you'll be finished basically every content from the base game, you're gonna be able to change the time freely. So it's morning, you want to go to evening, it's midnight, you want to go to afternoon, you can just do it. And that's great for people that don't really want to have to do a quest.
That's good for as well, for doing the little, the little side things that you need to be in a specific time of the day to do as well.
To pass time and then go to sleep, to pass another block of time.
Yeah.
You're just going to change it to do whatever quest locked behind the time is.
That's great.
Is, again, huge quality of life, amazing feature. People are gonna love it. So this one doesn't really matter. It's just a brightness.
Based on your feedback, we've optimized the background brightness in some commissions. Yeah, no major deal.
I don't know anyone who complained about
some
the
people, I guess.
of certain missions. But again, if people want it, there it is. And now things are coming into the later versions. So basically, what they're saying here in...
Okay, wait a minute. Currently can only control Wise or Bell in the city instead of... Yes, that we spoke about this in stream. I said that. I understand for the story, you're controlling the proxies, but in pretty much every other gacha, you can switch characters, even if it doesn't make sense to the story. You're running around as Calcharo and you haven't even met him yet. Who cares? If you're pulling characters, you want to be able to enjoy them as you run around, especially in this game, even more so, because you only really use those characters in instanced fights. So, if you've pulled a cool looking character, you want to be able to use them as much as possible, and you spend a bit of time running around as Bell or Wise in the hub area. So, it'd be nice to be able to run around as Ellen or whoever you want to run around as. You run around as a big fucking bear, I think that's cool. That's definitely cool.
Some twisted words is that on the future, we're going to be able to walk in the city with the characters that we want. So not only Wise and Bell, but we're going to be able to walk through the city with Zuiwan, with Ellen, with Lycan, with whoever you want.
This
and
is
this
good.
is going to be huge because I know y'all gacha players love to use the character that you guys pulled. After all, you see 6 or 5 a character, you want to look at the character.
Yeah, especially if you spent a bit of money on it, why not? Like the idea that then you've got to run around, especially they all feel bad for all my Wise choosers, You're having to run around him as all the time, like, talk about boring.
Every fucking time, right? So you don't want to be looking at Wise or Bell. So this is a great...
I don't mind looking at Bell so much. I think Bell's quite a cool character, actually. I think she's well designed. I love her run animation as well. Wise is just so freaking boring, though.
Addition to the game, finally being able to just walk freely through the city with the character that you love, with the character that you maxed. And that's, again, great. I can't wait to walk throughout the city just looking at Zuiwan ass. And I know you guys feel me. So
cultured. My man is cultured.
Saying that they're going to keep improving the character models. I don't myself, and that's just an opinion, I don't really feel like there's models that have problems. Maybe it's just because I haven't played with them.
Not that I've noticed myself personally. That's one thing I think about this game. I think the character models are insanely good looking. I don't know. I think sometimes maybe I'm a little bit easily pleased. I thought that Neverness to Everness. Characters look great, but then like quite a lot of people were like, dude, they don't look very good at all. And I'm just like, dude, I'm not seeing this shit at all. They look great to me.
Them all. That being said, improving the models, always a huge W, always great. Love to see it. And the last one, they're saying they're going to keep optimizing the UI in general, both in...
Yeah, this is a good thing, actually. Like, because when I first started playing the game, I didn't mind the UI. Because it's very pretty, it's very aesthetically pleasing, it's nice on the eye. But it can be a little bit convoluted sometimes. And you do, like, have to think a little bit. And a good UI should, like, almost be invisible, if that makes sense. You know, you don't think about it. It's almost like an extension of you. That's how all the best UIs are designed, aren't they? That everything just feels natural. You kind of just know where everything is, even if you haven't learnt where everything is, because it just makes sense. And I do think the UI on this game is definitely a little bit convoluted. Looks absolutely gorgeous, like pretty much everything in this game does. The game's super stylish, but yeah, that's good to see then.
combat interface and the interaction in general. So, Genazad, there's your W. You wanted them to change the UI, and you got it. So finally now we're getting a cleaner UI on future patches. And that's great. I don't care. I got used to the UI, but again, another W, right? A free W. So love to see it. And here they say the above is just a part of our optimization plans. We will continue to pay attention to your game experience and further refine the game. We'll keep adding more fun and challenging combat elements and adjusting the balance of different game modes.
Rare Hoyo W.
Aware that
Let's
there is
go.
still so much room for team to grow and to develop, and together with you, we hope to build new Eridu into the city of your dreams. Please continue to share your thoughts with us through our official feedback channels.
That was that was a great, like I said, bro wrote an essay and slapped with it as well. Absolute banger. I can't even say any of those updates are negative at all, which they wouldn't post negative updates, I wouldn't imagine anyway if they're smart. But there's like, you know, even the ones that are like, meh, you know, they're still good little quality of life things. These are all huge W's. There's some massive updates here. Yeah, I can't wait to see where they take this and how long all of these are going to take to implement. I'm not expecting everything to be done in one go, but I definitely would like to see moving around in between instances. For me, giving me, it doesn't even have to be exploration. I understand the type of game it is, but give me like, I want to feel like I'm in the universe, and apart from being in the hub world, which you semi kind of feel like you're there, when you're just going from instance to instance via the TV system in the story, it doesn't feel like you're in the world that they've created, which seems like a really cool world that they've created as well. It takes you out of it. And I like the TV system, but just not in that sense. So yeah, these are all great moves actually. Excited to see how they all come about.
Amazing changes that they announced. Basically, a TLDR. No more TVs into gaming mode. No more TVs into story quests. We're doing.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. I don't get that from that myself, but I'm also freaking low IQ. I get that it's potentially going to reduce, but they did mention, you know, obviously when characters are talking and stuff, which they do talk anyway, even in the out of the story part of things. But I do think we're probably still going to have them for certain things, because I think there's certain things that will happen in the game that might be too big or drastic to implement now, like, you know, like quite almost you know, like the train system. I don't think they're going to be able to rapidly implement you being able to do something in 3D in real time with the train system how it was in the story. I still think for those sort of story bits we will have the TV system, because it's just going to be easier, and they haven't got the time to do that. But later on, potentially that might be something that changes. Yeah, this is great to see. Great to see.
Rally style commission missions, basically instance dungeon-like exploration. Love to see it, because the rally commissions were amazing, and I really want more of that. Disabling automatic chain attack.
This is another big thing. This is like, for me, a TV system thing, and this with the manual chain attacks, probably the two biggest things in the entirety. And obviously talking about the challenging combat and such. But yeah, this is great to make the combat feel more more manual. You have more control over it. That's what you want. It's an action-based game at the end of the day. You don't want to feel like the game's taking over for you too much. It's
Love
just
to see it make the
pulls you
game
out of you.
more,
And again, and it stops you doing so much damage as well.
more customizable, feeling like you're more in control of your team. Huge.
You know, it's like when you get spell corrected on your phone, and it's like, dude, what the fuck have you just written? You've made that worse.
huge W. Adding more challenging combat and new game modes. Again, another
New game modes as well, massive. This is what I say when it comes to all this sort of stuff. They need to continuously keep pumping out that sort of stuff. One thing Wuthering Waves needs to really work on, in my opinion, is banging out that sort of content. Obviously, it's still early for both games, and this is something that I'm hoping to see. But I hope these are the two games that really understand, right, we're going to smash it with endgame content this time.
Huge W. Huge W. Allowing us to get all the things that we forgot to get into the missions.
Yeah, it's a cool little system as well.
Addition.
Yep.
Being able to move freely on the TVs whenever people are talking, whenever animations are happening. Again, going to make this...
See, just that there, that's the statement that makes me think it's still going to be a part of the story, at least for like the near future, potentially.
TVs feel totally different. I know people will start enjoying the TVs more because of that. And if they didn't...
I don't know about that. I think some people just absolutely hate the TV system as a whole, you know, which is totally fair. I think it's just like, I think it is really quite a unique little mechanic they put into the game. It's just a shame that they did it a bit haphazardly.
Like it, I'm sure that maybe they will start to like it because of this change, and this is amazing. Not only that, the change of time, whew, love to see it
as well. That's
love to see it. And the best, the last but not least, being able to walk in the city with all the characters that you have. Great. Again, I don't know about you guys, but I'm just gonna be playing Z1 forever. I know you guys feel me, right? You feel me.
I think your friend likes the bakery.
Am I right?
Likes his
Or am I
cakes.
wrong? I'm sure of it. So yeah, guys, that was pretty much it. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
That's a good video. Good video. It saves me having to go on Twitter and actually read it all myself, even though I kind of did. But yeah, I'm happy to see about that. Lots of good quality of life improvements, and they've reacted quick as well. You know, the game's only just launched. They've listened. Obviously, they've listened, because these are a lot of the things that I've myself have mentioned. I've seen many other people mentioning, and that they've obviously taken it on board, and they're gonna hopefully react quick. I don't see the TV system going completely out of the story. And I don't think it has to. It just needs to be implemented in the right way. Like, you know, if we do get some sort of inter-combat traversal like we do in Honkai, we could dot the TV system around that as kind of like puzzles, potentially, to get into areas, to unlock things. That it might be some sort of more cinematic event that they can't get to create just yet, that can happen via the TV system, and then maybe later on we'll get something, you know, potentially. It'd probably just have to be in a cutscene, I would think, because the way this game works, you're not going to get, you know, you're not going to be freaking controlling. Well, you could be potentially, but I just think it would be so much work right now to have us walking around to like how we had the train system. You know, we're having to slow the train down and get the people on board and stuff. I just don't see how they could implement that into the game anytime soon. Yeah, these are all great updates. Massive W's, actually, if I'm honest. So yeah, big shout out to Hoyo for that. They've been catching some L's of recent, haven't they? This is a massive W for them. So yeah, Zenly Zone Zero completely changes the game. They are big changes. Definitely check out Pepperzin, I think his name is, or Pepperzin. Great video, actually. I'm gonna drop him a sub myself. Should go show him some love. Good video, and yeah, great updates for the game as well. What's going on now? Welcome to the stream, Squire. They've created a monster with ZZZ. It was supposed to be a placeholder for the other games. It's become popular enough that it's sort of backseating their IP and forcing them to rev it. Yeah, dude, yeah. I was thinking the same. It was definitely designed as like this tertiary game, but I think it's gonna. I think the game's gonna pop. You know, where people were saying that, you know, the game will probably sit in the top 10. Dude, I think this game's gonna sit in the top 5. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you see like Star Rail, Genshin, Zenly Zone Zero, maybe Wuthering Waves, and a few of the others kind of fighting for like 4th place. And depending on when banners launch, you know, these places kind of interchanging here and there. We should play some games so we don't feel bad about ourselves. How you doing anyway, though, dude? You good? We do need to get back on Zenless, actually. I am a little bit behind. A little bit behind. All right, let's check this out as well. I want to see this because
Around this time last year,
I did
made a
play
video
this.
talking.
Okay, YouTube, don't pause the video. I did play this game. I think when it first came out, and I just couldn't get into it. So yeah, I did play it when it initially launched, but it never, it never got me. It never pulled me in. So I'm curious to see what is going on with Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Video from Jugo Young. The sad state of Phantasy Star Online 2. Let's have a look. Hey, bad is it?
Around this time last year, I made a video talking about a couple of my grievances with the game Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis.
Okay.
I talked about how it was essentially just a watered-down cash grab when compared to base PSO2, and that its gameplay loop and the game itself just wasn't good. Well, I'm back.
Yeah, I agree. Like when I first got into the game, I just felt like it just felt super empty and kind of like vacuous and vapid and just. I really didn't like. I don't even know what the gameplay loop is, if I'm honest, because I just felt like the game gave me nothing, and I really don't feel like there was much to do at all. It really felt almost like some of the indie early access open world games you get. The world felt very uninteresting, and pretty much everything felt uninteresting, if I'm honest.
It's been a year, and the game still isn't good. What a surprise. A lot of this
That's not great, is it?
stuff that made the game so bad is still in it, so I guess I'll just further expand on those, but there are some things that I didn't mention in the previous video that I'll also be talking about.
Okay.
So, grab your popcorn, buddy. I'm sorry if I don't seem very energetic in this video or if I seem kind of annoyed, but like, I am annoyed because Sega just grabbed my favorite game and fucked it. They grabbed Phantasy Star Online
Raw dogged it, yeah? No lube. Just took it, face it. All right, we won't go any further with that.
and fucked it, and left it with a series of illnesses and ailments which I'll be talking about in this video.
Damn, man, passed on the STIs as well. Shit, that's rough.
Starting with the lack of character in this game. This game, Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis, just has no soul. It's an empty husk. NGS is a shell of the original PSO2.
Yeah, this is exactly what I felt like. I played very little of the game, and I'm talking like, man, a couple of hours, potentially. I started playing, I was just like, dude, this is not it. This is really not it, and that is a perfect way to describe it. Felt soulless.
When you walked around the different maps in PSO2, it was just cool. Like walking around places like the floating continent and the seabed while on expeditions was just fun. They all had like this interesting vibe to them. All the different areas and planets in base PSO2 were just so well designed from an aesthetic standpoint. It was genuinely so cool to run around a new environment with a new soundtrack and
Never played the OG Phantasy Star Online or Online 2.
unique enemies and a new boss at the end. And it's not like base PSO2 had the best level design of all time, but running through the map and exploring the branching paths was fun. In NGS, this doesn't exist. The open world in NGS is just bland and uninspired. It's literally just forest area, desert area, snow area.
Exactly. This is what I say. It felt like kind of, those cheap indie open world games that drop on Steam in early access. And they're just absolute garbage. Just absolute garbage.
And also lab area to just switch it up. And there are actually no unique enemies.
So
like
bland.
every area has the exact same, and I mean the exact same enemies in it, but like the ones in the desert area have camouflage, so it's different. The game
Okay, yeah, that's terrible. You know, when a game can't even go to the limits of having different enemies and creatures within different biomes, you know it's trash.
genuinely just lost all its aura, bruh. Like think back to base PSO2. Base PSO2 had these cool-ass urgent quests where you'd run through these unique areas and fight a strong-ass boss at the end with a whole group of people. No glaze, but it really felt urgent, bruh. Like, not to be a cornball, but in base PSO2, it felt like you were actually saving the world or universe from, like, this intergalactic...
Felt like a hero, man. It's corny, but hey, that's what we want in games, right? We want it to be a bit corny. We want to feel like the hero. We want to be the protagonist, the superhero almost that saves the universe. It's a good feeling.
threat. In
It's
NGS,
tropey,
the
but
urgent
it's fun.
quests are lame as fuck, bruh. That's the only word that I can use to describe them. Lame. It's just 10 people attacking a boss, or to be more specific, a big version of a normal enemy. The boss fight itself is just ass. There's no switching areas, no unique mechanics, no teamwork. You all just hit it till it dies.
Yeah, this gameplay looks absolutely ass in the background. This looks fucking trash.
Bruh, there's no way this is good. There's no way this is good game. Come on, bruh. What the fuck is this? This isn't good. This isn't fun. In PSO2, the boss
Dude, I'm curious. This dude's played this game for a year. I respect the dedication, man. Like, I respect the dedication because that's... Yeah, dude, couple of hours and I was done.
bosses were just so cool and unique, bro. They had you jumping around spaceships as a team trying to defeat them, but in NGS it's just so boring. And there's no level either. There's no run-up or lead-up to the boss. It's just straight boss, which is ass. So it's just straight ass. And it's not even good ass. It's like bad ass, but not bad ass. It's like ass that is not good. You get what
A stanky ass. Like a flat pack IKEA. An IKEA flat pack, should I say. And it's smelly and damp. Yeah.
I'm saying? And not to mention, bro, but the loot from it is also ass, bro. Like, the loot from it is worthless. In base PSO2, ultra hard quests were crazy. They were hard as fuck, but the loot matched the intensity. Just rare drops on top of rare drops. It was crazy, bro. You just had to be there. In NGS, however, you just get some bullshit, bro. You get some
Yo, bro,
shitty
this combat does not look fun at all, man. It just looks like there's a load of bullshit going on screen.
weapons that all look the same and armor that doesn't even show up on your character. And
Looks super oversaturated as well. Is that just me? But it looks really oversaturated. It kind of looks how like No Man's Sky did on launch. And I know with the new update, it doesn't look as bad now. And I know that was like the style of No Man's Sky, but it just things seemed a little bit too oversaturated. Sometimes it was just like it made things look plasticky almost.
brings me into two other points, but I'll start with the one that annoys me the most. All the weapons in this game look the same. Like, I don't like, okay, that's hyperbolic. They don't look the exact same, but they don't look different, if that makes sense. Like, why do they all look so similar? Or to be specific,
Lazy design, that's what that is.
why do they all look like shit? I talked about the art style change in my previous video, but to reiterate it, this game doesn't look good. The characters just look like dolls, and the enemies are just like there, I guess. There's nothing special about them. They're just weird.
I was gonna say this enemy looks like that's a perfect time to be talking about that when he's like he's talking about terrible enemies, and you've got this fucking trash looking thing here, just like like what the hell is this?
There's nothing special about them. They're just weird. And it's funny too, because Sega thought they could just distract us from how mid the game looks by throwing particle effects everywhere, but no, I can still see how shitty these attack animations are.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they got your character
That's probably why it's so oversaturated then, I guess.
doing fucking backflips and 360 nose dives with their shitty looking weapons, and it's like, it doesn't distract me from the fact that the combat is ass, and this shit looks like ass, bruh.
It does, doesn't it? It does. Like, you know, there's some games have got trash combat, but they're flashy, you know? They look really flashy, and it's like, damn, dude, this looks good. And then you play, and you're like, oh, actually, no, this is shit. This, obviously, from what he's saying, and when I played it, played like shit. It's been a while, and it was like just when it came out that he played like shit. So things could have changed. Evidently not, but it looks like shit as well.
Sometimes less is more, Sega. Sometimes less is more. But yeah, the weapons are incredibly uninspired, and that is possibly one of the worst things for an MMORPG to have. Final Fantasy XIV, Destiny.
Yeah, you know, that is one of the biggest things in these kind of games, isn't it? You want your character to look cool. You want your weapons to look dope. You want to be able to change the visuals and the cosmetics as you level up. You want different armor, different, you know, clothes sets, outfit sets. You want your weapons to look badass. You know, when you get that badass weapon that's like, that's the one I've been waiting for. It's got crazy DPS, insane crit. It's got this cool ability, and then it looks like shit. It's like, it ruins it.
I mean, shit, even base PSO2. These are three vastly different types of MMOs, but they all have one thing in common. They have some...
I was going to say it is such a massive, massive pivot from the previous games to like this open world, like sandboxy kind of like game compared to how they used to be, isn't it?
cool-ass unique weapons, bruh. In a game like NGS where combat is the main focus, I would like to be using a weapon that doesn't look like shit. In games like base PSO2 and Final Fantasy XIV, I was happy when I got a new weapon, just because it looked cool.
Yeah.
Simple as, just give me some cool-looking, unique weapon models and not whatever the fuck...
Like sometimes you find yourself in one of these games, like kind of like wanting to hold onto a weapon that's got worse stats than the new weapon you've got because how freaking cool it looks, you know?
This is, bruh. What I'm saying may seem dumb, and I understand that, but the weapon you use in games like this are like an extension of yourself. And if there isn't a single weapon you...
Nah, these are totally valid points, bro. That does not sound dumb at all. That is an absolutely valid point.
like using, it really hinders your enjoyment of the game. The only somewhat decent looking weapons in the game are the weapon camos, and that brings me into my last point, for now.
End of the day, one of the big parts of an MMO is playing dress up, yeah. It is, isn't it? That's the end game. Playing dress up and hanging around at the fucking main town square doing fuck all. You know?
At least, I think. Fashion is the end game. In base PSO2, this is a phrase you'll hear a lot. When all is said and done and you've accomplished all you want to in the game, there's only one thing left to do. Run up some money and buy some drip for your character. You can get this from the game's in-game gacha system or by using the player store. Now, while the fashion stuff and the player store stuff
Dude, how dry does this world look? How dry? This is what I remember. That's why when I first played, that's what came to my head. And that's why I said at the start of the video, these indie survival games, the open world, because that's the kind of world it is. It's just like plastic, uninspired, boring trash. Like that's the best way to describe it. Vapid, absolutely vapid. You know, nothing interesting about it at all. Nothing that's like, oh, you know, even when a game's maybe lacking something, but that looks cool over there in the map. I want to go over there. It's got nothing like that. It's just shit, man.
I guess the ticket scratching stuff was like, it was definitely a big part of PSO2. It wasn't the game. You could play PSO2 without ever getting involved with any of that stuff, and you still have a very enjoyable experience. In PSO2 NGS, fashion is the game. NGS is so devoid of any meaningful content or gameplay that it's just turned into this anime dress-up simulator. I'm sorry, but just scroll through the PSO2 Reddit. All you will see is people's in-game characters and their outfits. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with people focusing on fashion, but I feel like fashion is the only thing that this game has going for it. And it seems like Sega is...
Fashion's a great thing to have in a game if it's like an addition to a bunch of other awesome content, isn't it? You know, that's always good. It's cool to, you know, it's cool to play dress up with your characters and get a cool look, you know, get freaking dapped out, looking dope, sick outfit, you know, standing the, like I say, in the town square in front of everybody, you know, like flexing. It's fun. But if that's like the main priority, you know, then that really sucks. Should always be a little extra thing to add on to it, shouldn't it?
Notice that, hence all these constant scratches and the influx of weapon camos and outfits and shit. Once again, there's nothing wrong with having some sort of gacha clothes system in your game, but you also need to have meaningful content, bruh.
Yep.
Otherwise, you get what we have today. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Do you want to know what the worst part about all of this is? I wouldn't even care about how shitty NGS is, if not for the fact that Sega has abandoned base PSO2. The game is devoid of new content, and the player base has seen a massive drop since the release of NGS. Like I said before, there are...
Dude, Sega have been catching L's for years, though, haven't they? Like, have they stopped catching L's since, like, the Dreamcast days, really? You know, I know here and there they have some bangers, you know, and some decent releases, but have they really ever stopped catching L's? I just don't feel like they have. You know, like, I never attribute Sega now with the idea of thinking this game's going to be a good game. That's me. I know there are some people out there that like some of the new Sega games, and I know there are some decent ones. I can't really think of ones off the top of my head that they've published and that. But, yeah, you know, Sega used to be synonymous, for me as a child anyway, I grew up playing on Mega Drive and stuff, for fucking cool shit. And, like, now, it's just, like, I really don't think of it in a good light at all.
There are other great MMOs out there, like Final Fantasy XIV, but it's just a shame that people will never get to experience base PSO2 in its full glory. They're just stuck with whatever the fuck this is. Feels like I got a PSO2 shaped hole in my heart, bruh. And that's the end of the video. This was a pretty, I don't want to say unfocused, but it was a pretty yappy video, and it wasn't as well structured as a lot of my other videos. And
No, it's a good video.
There's probably gonna be a lot of people.
Sometimes you just gotta yap, you know. You just gotta say it from the heart, you know. You've got your videos that, you know, you wanna have your bullet points, you wanna structure everything out, make coherent arguments about specific things, and go into detail. And then sometimes, you know, you just want to get it there and put some shit on blast. And I think this is a good video, actually. Dude made his points coherently, eloquently, and they all made sense as well. And it, like I say, even though I only played a small bit of the game from back in the day, him just talking about certain things, I'm like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. I didn't get anywhere near what the distance this guy got into the game, obviously, because I played it for like a couple of hours. But yeah, the game was ass.
People commenting about how I didn't touch on certain stuff, but I just wanted to talk about how much I hate NGS some more, so here. Every once in a while I see this game and I just get angry and sad because Sega really just neutered my favorite MMO for no reason.
Rip. Dude, I actually, it's funny that I watched this video. About a month ago, I was scrolling through my library and I saw New Genesis in my library, and I was like, oh, should we re-download that again? Did I, like, not give that game a chance, you know? I don't know if I gave that game a chance. And I'm glad I didn't bother wasting the space or the download bandwidth.
Hey, bro, it is what it is. If you think I didn't say some stuff...
It's like even this here, this is like a big, supposedly epic-looking boss fight. It just looks kind of trash.
Go watch my other video.
All this,
and if
like,
I still didn't say what you wanted me to say, then
oversaturated kind of
comment and I'll
neon
say
glow to all
if
the
I
enemies,
agree
you
or
know,
not.
like this sort of like neon mecha design that's just not very, like, it's just not very good, is it?
Yeah. But yeah, Nier Automata video on the way. Maybe a Bloodborne video. Maybe a Metal Gear Solid 5 video.
My guy is cultured in the gaming space. I like it. I like it.
Who knows, man? Never say never. Stranger things have happened. Anyways, as always, this has been your boy Hugo Young, and I'll see you guys next time. Clip farming? I am the clip. Peace.
Is that his outro? Okay.
What's wrong with me?
That was a good video, that was. Yeah, man, I'm going to subscribe to him. I enjoyed that video, actually. The sad state of Phantasy Star Online 2 there. Is this him talking about Final Fantasy Type 0?
Final Fantasy Type.
Oh, we're going to have to watch this at some point, because that was a game for me. Like, I felt like it didn't know that it was a Final Fantasy game, almost. I never actually completed that game, either. Maybe that's a game to go back to, just to see, because that game was kind of aged when it came out. And I feel like it's probably aged very badly. But yeah, going back to that, great video. Fantasy Star Online, like I said, played it when it came out and it felt kind of ass then. And it's obviously, for somebody who enjoyed the series, somebody who never played the previous Fantasy Star Fantasy Star games, I can't like comment in the context of that. But obviously for somebody who likes those games, it obviously hasn't got any better, which is a shame. Dude, could feel his pain in that video. But yeah, go check him out. Hugo Young. Good video. He sounds like he's cultured in his games as well. I like that. Yeah, what's going on, Cathead? Just lurking, watching any TV. No worries. Appreciate you stopping by. Which one was the game that I played on Steam where you fight monsters in a high-tech setting? I don't know. Was it Exo Primal, potentially? That was dinosaurs. I only played a little bit of that, if I'm honest. Monsters in a high-tech setting. Or was it first person, third person? Was it guns? Was it physical combat? I'm just trying to think. Wouldn't it be Monster Hunter? Because I know you know Monster Hunter. And I've never streamed Monster Hunter either. Are we talking recently? Or has this been a while ago? Yeah, I'm trying to think of what game you're on about. I don't know. Sega does what Nintendo don't. Yeah, man, it's Sega just
Nation's most pop.
What games have Sega released recently? Okay, so there's the Like a Dragon games. Okay, they're fire. Total Warhammer. Okay. Yeah, just like, it's just not a company that I actually like connect with quality nowadays. They seem to like spend so much energy and time, didn't they, in trying to figure out how they could make Sonic fun in 3D as well. And I just don't think it works, you know? Unless you make like, what was the game now where it was like, I can't remember it, man. It was almost like a track game where like you was going down, like that one seemed kind of good. But yeah, man, there's so many trash Sonic games. Sonic was my childhood as well, man. I remember sitting for hours on end playing Sonic on the Game Gear and getting stuck on that one level where you used the hand glider to get across, and I could just never do that level. Could never do it. I remember like I was ill the one time and I was in hospital for a couple of weeks. And I remember sitting with the Game Gear every night trying to do that freaking level and could not fucking do it. Couldn't do it. Alright, let's check out this video from Big Fry. This game re-released and somehow it got worse. That's not good. see what it is then.
So, my favorite game of all time was and still is SOCOM 2. It was a third-person military shooter that released on
Never played SOCOM, not the old ones anyway.
the PS2 back in the early 2000s and was one of PlayStation's most popular franchises at the time. So, of course, in Sony's infinite wisdom, they would change the game up so much from what it originally was, fuck the original fan base, and kill off the IP for good, leaving
Right, that's what you do with great IPs, right? That just seems to be the MO of game developers and publishers nowadays. You got this great IP, everybody loved it. Let's just totally fucking fuck it up, man, and re-release it in this totally bastardized form. And guess what? It's gonna be a big success.
myriad of fans in limbo, waiting for the next experience to give them that feeling they had playing the game back in the day. This abandoned franchise has laid dormant for over 13 years and has spawned a multitude of indie cash grab attempts at bringing the passion.
Isn't it, what is it? Is it Caliber? Caliber kind of feels like SOCOM in a way. Caliber's actually kind of fun, actually, that game.
Fan base the game they want at a price usually placed around 10 times what the experiences are actually
Ghost Recon Future Soldier as well. Great game.
worth. Now, if you're fans of the channel, you know that I've had my fair share of run-ins with these developers trying to pull a fast one on the SOCOM community. From my humble beginnings covering H-Hour, which has since been pulled off Steam, to Task Force, the battle that earned me a game ban on my Steam account because I called the developer out for stealing SOCOM assets straight from.
Is this that? When did this come out? This looks old. I'm guessing it's not, though.
From Sony, pushing them to a marketplace as a mod and then locking their servers down to everyone unless you kiss the ring, or if you were in the good graces of the developers because you just create content and you just enjoy playing the games. That
Just
game
casually spamming through the rock.
has also since been pulled off of Steam. I think you guys might be seeing a little bit of a pattern here. Now, in my opinion, I shouldn't even really be bothering covering these piece of shit developers because truthfully, they bring nothing to the table but lies, bullshit manipulation, and overinflated price tags. But I am as petty as they come and will discuss everything related to SOCOM until we get a proper sequel or spiritual successor that doesn't suck. A game I covered a couple of years
Let's go. Love a bit of pettiness. I'm here for it. Let's spill the tea, Big Fry.
ago, Peak 53, where at the time was grifting people on both Kickstarter and Indiegogo to the tune of, I think at the
Hey, you gotta love a nice Kickstarter scam.
end of it was around $12,000. It's finally released on Steam for the second time. Yeah, I didn't fuck that up. The game released on Steam last year for free and was a complete bag of shit. It had monetization within the game that allowed you to buy cosmetics for a couple of dollars here and there.
Dude, it baffles my brain, yeah, when these games come out and they're genuinely, when they look like this and they're like ass and they think that people are gonna buy cosmetics. And I get it. People buy cosmetics in a lot of games that you probably look at yourself and go, they're trash. These are like bottom of the barrel kind of games. Like a lot of the time they're barely games, but they'll throw a shop in there thinking, hey, you know what, we'll make a little bit of money, you know, even if a few people buy it. But I bet a freaking few have, because there are some stupid people out there, but it just baffles me, the idea that they think that, you know, it's going to be any form of success for them in terms of microtransactions. It's wild.
But the game was trying to be SOCOM 2, a game that, again, released in 2003, yet somehow last year, they still managed to fuck everything up. Terrible, janky player mechanics. The feel of the game was horrible, terrible.
It's got that sort of plasticky look to it as well. This is what I was saying, you know, when I was talking about in Phantasy Star. Obviously, totally different game, totally different genre. But that's what this world felt like in an open world setting, if that makes sense. It was that sort of like indie level trash, but not good indie level trash. You're not even like, obviously you've got great indie games and then you've got indie trash and then you've got indie trash that's just like, dude, this isn't even, this isn't a game. This is not a game.
Shooting maps that had to have been designed by a toddler while also trying to recapture the magic of the SOCOM maps.
Why would that be a part of the map? Just a total dead end there.
I don't get why every one of these developers tries to recreate a game from 2003 instead of, you know, just like, I don't know, doing your own thing. But when the game was being crowdfunded, I was the one.
I'd say this is because these people are inept at making games. So they use the idea, the nostalgia, the hype for a game that's never coming back, that's old as well. So there's there's not a recent comparison to be made, so they can pump out something that just catches on because people are like, dude, I want this, but it's fucking so bad. But like the game's like 20 years old, so it's like it's kind of hard to compare it to how bad it actually is.
One who pointed out that they're just using asset packs from the store, slapping
Yeah, I was gonna
shit
say,
together.
this looks like an asset flip game as well.
And asking for money. And a lot of people gave me shit for that, saying I was a little bit too hard on them, specifically the content creators in the SOCOM space that live.
Holy cow. Again, how badly designed is this map? This is insane how badly designed this map is.
Breathe and play these terrible games and pretend to themselves that they're having fun. The game released on Steam.
All that running around just to get capped then.
Last year to negative reviews because of course it did.
Shocker.
And since that day has struggled to maintain a player base of more than double digits. Now I should probably...
Dude, it actually got 113 all-time peak looking like that. That's actually kind of wild, man. 9 people decided to hop into the game in the period of 24 hours from when he took this screenshot. I wonder what their thoughts.
Preface this by saying that this game was made by the same developer who, in a drunken rant on Instagram, messaged me about his previous game, Zeo Survival. He asked me to...
Hold up. Fry, I quit my job for this. I've dedicated the last year of my life to develop this. We have 4 seasons, weather systems, food, clothing, building, and crafting systems. We are further than dead matter. Well, you know what? That's probably fair, actually, because that's another fucking shit show. I don't even want to get into that, but oh my god. Dead matter could dream of being. That's not exactly, you know, a thing to brag about either, as well. You know? That's like saying you're more active than a fucking corpse on the side of the road, really. You know, he's like, well, you know, that's not difficult. We're closer to a 7 days to die level. Cap, I don't know what the game is, but Cap, I can prove it. You can join my Discord and see our development for yourself. And I have watched your channel for 5 years.
Play it. I played it. I told him it was terrible, and he proceeded to spam the abs.
So this is the game that he's talking about. Yeah. All right, that's definitely Cap saying that they're closer to 7 days to die.
Absolute fuck out of me in a drunken rage to the point where his girlfriend or fiance or whatever had to message me the next day and apologize on behalf of them and the studio. It's just...
You know, dude woke up the next day with a sore head and was like, babe, what did I do last night? And she explained it, and then he got on his phone and was like, oh, fuck.
Them two. The dude's kind of a walking disaster. And again, I pointed this out when the game was being crowdfunded. And I mean, they still managed to take $12,000 from the...
Holy shit, dude. Show me a one-person game developed better than mine. I will legitimately give you any percentage of income you want to help me promote my game. I reached out to you because I know how you are with games. I wouldn't come to you with garbage. Back me or not, your choice. You legitimately my favorite. I'll always respect you. I will continue to grind.
The SOCOM community. Now, at the end of last year, a year where they were struggling to, again, maintain double-digit player counts.
Getting those sort of messages from a developer definitely doesn't inspire confidence, though, does he?
A video surfaced of the developer, again, in a drunken rage, lashing out at a community member in-game while streaming on Twitch. Here you go.
Oh, yes. Please show the clip. This is cinema.
Nothing, dude. How many people could build this game, bro? Nobody do. Wisdom.
Dude, it's so fucking good. Have you seen the level of quality? Nobody could do this, bro. Do you not understand this?
Who can build this game?
Right?
Nobody, dude.
Facts.
Who can build this game? Who can build this game?
The bomb has been picked up.
Who can build a game where you run into dead end? What is this? Like, what is this? Dude, this is master level map design here. Nobody else could design a map like this. Nobody.
Wisdom. Who can... Yeah, Zipper! How much money does Zipper have? Millions of dollars! Wisdom.
Why are you just talking to me? What did I do? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Wisdom, shut the fuck up, bro.
Dude.
Who can... In the last 20 years, who built SOCOM?
What are we talking about, bro?
Shut the fuck up, Wisdom.
I'm not even.
Wisdom, shut the fuck up. You're nothing.
Dude, what did Wisdom do wrong?
Oh
You're a person. You're a person.
Okay, okay, right. What? Just a mere mortal. What are you? Nobody could build a game like him. He's beyond a person.
Wisdom, shut the fuck up. I built this game.
Me.
There's 186,000 streams of code that I built. 180. You're nothing, Wisdom.
That's enough.
Shut the fuck up, Wisdom.
Okay, obviously his wife knows he's a problem. His wife knows he's a problem. Holy shit, dude. This guy needs a handler, and his wife definitely doesn't deserve to have to be that.
It's enough.
Serious right
It's enough. End stream now.
That woman screaming.
Dude, that's like he's like a 14-year-old boy having a racist tirade or something. His mum's had to come in to tell him off.
In the background is the community manager, his girlfriend or wife or whatever, the same one who had to
Poor woman.
apologize to me in DMs. The dude's fucking crazy. And like, again, from some of the videos that I've watched on this, you know, publicly, you can see around $12,000 to $13,000 has been taken from the SOCOM community. There's some creators saying that that number has been over 20,000 because of.
This is why you've got to really be careful in backing games. You know, you've just got to be careful about it. And obviously, if it's just a bit of extra cash that you know, a bit of disposable income, and you're like, you know what, this looks cool, I'm going to throw a little bit of change at it. Just don't go mental on it. I've only ever backed one game, and that was a game that we've just spoke about in this video, and that was Dead Matter, and I regretted that. It wasn't a lot. It was only like 30 quid or something, but I knew it was going to be bad when things started going down in the Discord server. We're not going to get into it. And then I played the game, and I was like, holy shit, this is bad, dude. This is so freaking bad. I don't even know what's happening with that game now. I think it's dead. I don't know if it released. I can't remember now, actually, but I didn't care enough to even look at the game again. But yeah, ever since I was like, yeah, I'm never back in a game again. I can't remember the last time I pre-ordered a game, actually. It might have been, God, I don't know. Actually, it's been a couple of years now. But yeah, you got to be really wary about backing games. I understand that some great games have came from being backed for having these investment drives and such. On whatever site they want to use, but yeah, you've got to be careful where you throw your money, because there are some seriously shady characters developing games.
Private donations that have happened behind closed doors. I don't know about all that. There's nothing to really verify it. But what we have now is well, a rebrand of sorts. Which,
dude, you've got 186,000 streams of code. Wisdom couldn't build this. Nobody could build this.
One of the worst fucking brandings I've seen in my life, and that's coming from somebody who covered H-Hour. The game is now no longer known as Peak 53 on.
It's a terrible name as well, isn't it? Peak 53. What the fuck is that?
Steam. It is now known as P53:Monarch.
Not only does he make bad games by the looks of things, dude does not know how to name a game. What the hell is that for a name for a video game? P53 Monarch. And that's the emblem, PM53. Just call it PM53, bro. Like, what the hell?
Monarch, when they announced it a couple of months ago, they said it was going to be a complete rebrand. They're going away from SOCOM, and it's going to be some space sci-fi theme.
I think the best bet would to be go away from the dude screaming on the stream, to be fair.
Themed game, which I don't think has happened.
But then again, nobody else could build it, so yeah.
From what I've played, Jesus Christ. And the thing is like that sci-fi trailer they put out, it's since been deleted on their YouTube channel. But the thing is like this whole rebrand and this whole like rebuilding of the game is the reason why they took the game from a free-to-play game, which was a SOCOM amalgamation of shit, and they brought it to the, you know, oh, we've been working so hard, we're rebranding, we're making all of these changes, blah, 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 and now it's a $15 game, but it's still a SOCOM inspired game. And arguably, it's worse in some regards. And there's still like microtransactions inside of it, and it's $15 now, and not much has shifted. I don't quite understand.
$15 for that ass, dude. Oh my god.
I think it's best we just jump to the gameplay. Literally my first experience jumping into this game.
Okay, before he does that, I just want to look. What was it? P53 Monarch. It was called, yeah. 2 seconds. P53 Monarch, yeah. Here we go. It's £12.79. £12.79. It's got one user review. Oh, it only came out on the 17th, so it's only been out like 7 days. It's been out a week. Oh, it's got more than one review. Let's just read the top one then, shall we? I bought the first version for $6. Wasn't worth it. Now they're charging $15. Guess it worked once, so why not do it again for a quick buck? Don't buy this game. They will probably start over again and slap another price tag on their new product. The dev donated money that was intended for the game on his phone bill. Jesus Christ, how big was his phone bill, bro? Okay. Alright. So it seems like the developers... Oh my god, what a time to pause it. What is going on with this dude's head? The developer seems a bit of a wally, doesn't he, really? Little bit of a wally.
$15 on Steam. If you don't watch the entire video, I highly recommend not buying it. Not only because the game is a piece of shit, but by buying it, you're supporting an indie developer who is like a drunk, abusive fucking piece of work. Leave a like on the video if you guys enjoyed it. Let me know your thoughts down below. Again, I know nobody gives a shit about these games. As a SOCOM fan, I'm covering them. Like, it is what it is. We take the hits here and there because I'm tired of people jumping into this space thinking that the next best thing in SOCOM gameplay, and we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen a single developer beat or even come close to beating a game that released in 2003, and I'm tired of it. My name is Big Bright. Thank you guys for watching, and this is P53 Monarch. Wait, they actually just used the SOCOM music? I'm pretty sure that's just like illegal. You don't own that music. Connect. Wait, is this the server? There we go.
There's 10 people playing the game.
All right, apparently we got Crossroads. 32-player Crossroads.
The mixer is a target has been removed. The P53 org must secure control of this location to disrupt core supply lines and
remember, nobody else could build this game.
Okay.
The round is over. P53 wins.
I'll select Inc Corp, I guess. God, their UI is always so bad. Wait, yeah, they're using all of the SOCOM music. Oh my god, what is going on?
Aurora is a pivotal battleground in the war, serving as a critical...
Aurora?
On a new map now.
Everybody voted for Crossroads, I saw it.
And the P53 org.
Does voting even work? What is going on? Frag. They're literally using SOCOM.
Well, that's a lesson for real life. No. No, it doesn't.
Sounds. Ew.
Okay, so this is just what the gameplay that he was playing in the background, yeah.
Locate the objective site.
Is this the bomb? Okay.
The bomb has been picked up.
Oh, what is this, bro?
This looks absolutely horrendous.
F1 to be ready. F1.
It looks very floaty as well.
The bomb has been dropped.
Very floaty. Holy shit. Alright, so I think this is the rest of this video is just him playing the game where we've already seen him playing the game in the background, yeah.
How do you respawn again? I don't get it. Except
okay. Ugh. Horrendous. Looks terrible. Big Fry, though, you should definitely check out Big Fry. Makes some great content. That looks pretty bad. I'm loving that drunken rant from him though on stream, and his wife had to come in and take him off stream like a child. That's it. That's enough. To bed. Off to bed. You've embarrassed me and yourself enough. Do 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 do. Ooh, should we watch a Sticks video? Should we watch a bit of a Kuma video, shall we? Bit of a Kuma video. Hold up. Before we do though, I'm just gonna pop to the toilet. Back in a moment. You had to clean the bucket, look like a truck stop shit house. All good, bro, all good. What was the game you was talking about, dude? Yeah. So I was late to stream today. My streaming PC got hit with one. I was out the room. I come back and it's like, you fuckers. Trying to avoid it. Bluetooth connected. Bluetooth connected. I don't know. I don't know. There's XL Primal, but I don't know if I ever played that on stream. That was Dinosaur Zone. I never played Monster Hunter on stream, but I know you know Monster Hunter and that one futuristic. Monster Hunter set in a futuristic. Was it first person? There's some academy and you start low tier and you get high-tech armor and you fight monsters. Fuck, dude, you got... That sounds cool. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Sounds pretty cool, though. I want to play it. Third-person anime style. Fuck knows, dude. I don't know, you know. Is it a gacha game? We're talking recent or a while back? On Steam. About 6 months ago. I don't know, but it sounds pretty cool. I can't think. You've also got the Cycle Frontier installed. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. You know, dude. I don't know. It's not coming to mind. It is not coming to mind.
Last year.
Let's take let's have a look at this video here. I don't know what the deal is, but the title has got me sold. Kuro's new gacha just shocked everyone. They've got a new gacha in development. Another video from Sticks. You should definitely check him out if you want gacha news. That's for sure. That's where I pretty much get a lot of mom from. Let's see what he's got to say.
Last year, Kudo Games, the studio behind Wuthering Waves and Punishing Grey Raven, confirmed that they were working on another game. All we knew at the time was that it was called Project Nami. Kudo have been pretty silent in terms of what we can expect from the game, what kind of gameplay it's going to utilize, even what kind of game it's going to be. However, in the last few months, it has become very evident that they have ramped up the recruitment process for the game with Kudo's renewed focus in...
They're going in on the triple threat? They really are. Like, they're trying to go after Huyo, aren't they, at the moment? They've got PGR, excuse me. They've just dropped Wuthering Waves, and then they're going in with a third game?
The development of the game, there has been a lot of speculation online. 17 days ago, there was a Reddit thread made referencing a Facebook post that was made.
Oh, this was the talk. I can't remember what video we're watching, or we're talking about something, a game apparently being a little bit like inspired by Gravity Rush, yeah?
One day before that from the Daily Punishing Waves Facebook page. This is a completely fan-run community. This is absolutely nothing to do with either Wuthering Waves, Punishing Grey Raven, or Kudo as a studio. Nevertheless, there was a Facebook post posted on the Facebook page that has inspired thousands of reactions, tens of thousands of potential.
So this is all just rumors at the moment?
Misinformed players that are spreading this news as if it is fact, when the reality is, you know, it very well might be, but at the same time, there is just as high a chance that it isn't. I'm not
gutted. So, have I just been baited?
Discrediting them as a source or as a leak. Rather, I just want people to be well aware that there is no association, at least that I am aware of, between this Facebook page and Kudo as a studio.
Noted.
And while I would love to believe that this is a legitimate source, I can't. And I would strongly advise you correct people that believe that it is. It's both fascinating, I think, a little bit to me, that what began as a rumor from a random Facebook page has since spiraled entirely out of control to the point that thousands or tens of thousands of people now believe that it is fact, all without a direct
that's the internet for you, right?
Confirmation.
Someone says some wild shit and everyone believes it 2 days later.
From Kudo at all. Nevertheless, if there is some kind of basis, some kind of foundation to this leak, to this rumor, then I think it has the potential to be a very cool game. On the Gacha Gaming subreddit, which was the first subreddit to post about it, that spawned thousands of people across social media to discuss this. As you can see, there are 173 comments. The Facebook page itself has 75 comments, 185 shares, and 763 reactions, interactions, totaling thousands of people. These people are sharing this everywhere across social media. So I figured, you know what? Let's go ahead and take...
Dude, Facebook's so dead. Facebook is so freaking dead.
Look, because as I noted, while this might not be real, while this might not be the direction that Kudo's new game, Project Nami, takes, it also might. I don't see a source posted from him. Maybe he actually has a source and he just forgot to include it. Either way, the Reddit thread states Kudo's new project, Nami, recruitment started on May 2022. I actually covered this in a video last year, and they have been actively recruiting for the last 2 years. They've also been actively recruiting as of the last month for Wuthering Waves and for Punishing Grey Raven, which is fantastic news. All of the success that they have garnered as a direct result of Wuthering Waves' success is being put into both Punishing Grey Raven and Wuthering Waves to help further them along and to push the development of Project Nami. That way they have...
It would make sense for them to try and bring out another game. Obviously, they don't want to spread themselves out too thin, and I think their main effort now should be creating a good game in Wuthering Waves. They've already done that, but solidifying a base to build upon so that it actually becomes a big player in the space, which it's kind of already done that. You understand what I'm saying? Being consistently a big player in the space, challenging Hoyoverse, trying to eat into, I guess, the market share of Hoyoverse. This is obviously what Kuro are going to want, and then beginning to divert some of their attention to another game. Obviously, I think Kuro do have some big investors, so they've potentially got the ability to do that anyway. But I would like to see them make sure that Wuthering Waves is their priority for at least the short to medium term, to make sure that game is everything it can be, and continue to improve on Punishing Grey Raven, because there's a lot of people that like that game as well. But this is interesting if it's true. Obviously, this is all just rumors at the moment, but as I said, if Kuro are looking to really try and eat into that space, it would make sense to have a couple of titles, because obviously you got Punishing Grey Raven that kind of fits more that Zenly Zone Zero style of gacha game, where it is in its essence a true gacha game with instance combat, and it's a little bit more compact and looks really flashy and cool as well. And as I said, I've played a little bit and it's kind of fun. And Wuthering Waves is that big, you know, the big operatic open world attempt at doing what Genshin did. So it would make sense to have a third game in there to attempt to do what Huyo are doing in keeping people in the Huyo space. They can try and keep people in the Kuroverse, so to speak. So, yeah, man, I wonder if there is any validity behind it. It does at the minute seem just like spurious claims, though, really.
Several potential very successful.
And it's on Facebook, you know? Facebook is, you know, never really the best place to get these sort of information drops, in my opinion. It seems to be that's where, you know, a lot of the, let's carry on.
Games, but let's take a look at the Facebook.
We won't get into it.
Before we discuss anything else, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal. I can't thank you all enough for the support, and let's keep talking. Next, Kudo Project Nami. According to this Facebook page, it is going to be a fantasy game. It's going to have superpowers, retro futurism,
let's not pretend that the characters in Wuthering Waves and PGR don't have superpowers, really, as well.
Special abilities, mega structure, metabolism building. I don't know.
What does that mean?
I have no idea what metabolism building is. And they go on to state that they will take reference for the scenes from the Gravity Rush 2 PS4 game. I will admit, I actually did not play Gravity Rush 2.
I played a little bit of the original Gravity Rush. I had it on the PS Vita. Rosie really liked that game. Visually, though, the style, the aesthetic, the art style was really cool. So a game that kind of was inspired by that, I would hope would look very, very interesting.
It seems as though they included 2 images here as references. Again, there is no noticeable source included in this post. Going down
the source is trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Down to the comment section, you see people just are taking this guy at face value. So they're taking Gravity Rush as a reference. It's cool, man. I love those 2 games. I wish they were ported to PC so I can play them again. What genre and gameplay will look like? I hope they don't abandon Punishing Grey Raven. No, they really will not. If you look at the recruitment page that was opened recently, you'll see that there are multiple positions open specifically for Punishing Grey Raven. So they are.
It's interesting though that they are recruiting in a general sense as well, not just for Wuthering Waves and PGR. That's quite interesting. Now, I don't know if that's for other things, or it is just maybe for Wuthering Waves, or it's more on the back end of stuff. I don't know. Obviously, I'm just going off what Styx has said here. That is interesting to
100%
see.
Not ignoring or abandoning the game. Dead game from day one.
We found the Genshin player. He's here.
The next project of Kudo is interesting. Does that mean it's going to be open world? Oh, they're using Gravity Rush?
I wouldn't think so. Gravity Rush, I would imagine it to be more segregated, small little areas. I would imagine if they were going to do it something like that. I don't know, though. They might be just taking reference from the, you know, the actual, the premise of the game, potentially.
As a reference? But let's go ahead and take a look at Reddit and see if they're a little more intelligent here. Ah, yes. This
I wouldn't expect so.
Seems totally legit coming from a random Facebook post.
They know that though. Facebook is not the place to get your information from, that's for sure.
Post with no source anywhere. Someone links to the recruitment page from over a year ago, referencing Project Nami, referencing Punishing Grey Raven, referencing Wuthering Waves. The top post in that.
Do you reckon that the person's just took that though and then gone with this Project Nami rather than they have got a source for it and then people have found this? I'd say it's probably that person's looked at the recruitment drive with this, and it could be another game, but it could totally be something else. But the fact that it looks like it's listed in with PGR and Wuthering Waves is kind of interesting.
Thread actually goes on to state that looking at the rest of the descriptions for the job postings of Project Nami on Kudo's recruitment page makes it seem as though it's an action RPG 3D dungeon crawler, but it's not going to be turn-based or like Zenless Zone Zero at all, which what is interesting is that it could be a AAA game based on the familiar with the AAA action games on the market from one of the job descriptions. And since this game just got listed as a new trademark, I wouldn't expect this game for 4 to 5 years, my estimation. So based off of their job recruitment, it does seem as though it is at the very least going to be an action RPG, but it also says potentially a dungeon crawler. I don't
see, like, I think people hear ARPG and they're straight to think Diablo, Path of Exile, where that term now, people hear ARP. End of the day, Wuthering Waves is an ARPG. Genshin is an ARPG. Any game that's got action combat and is a role-playing game is an ARPG. I think people just automatically think isometric, Path of Exile, Diablo type games, which I wouldn't be against, but I definitely prefer something more, you know, sitting behind the character third person type game, because I like Diablo 4. Game's okay, completed it, done with it. Like Path of Exile, but yeah, I think with gacha games, I definitely prefer to be able to see my character in a little bit more detail, if I'm honest.
know if Gravity Rush was a dungeon crawler or not. Again, I never played the game. Doing a quick Google search, it doesn't look as though that's the case. And looking at images, Gravity Rush 2 seems to be an open world game. It actually looks pretty beautiful. Holy crap. And some of the characters in Gravity Rush,
it had a really cool aesthetic, I think. It had this, like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a fantasy sci-fi kind of like look, but I don't know how to describe it. I just think it had a really cool aesthetic.
Do look actually crazy. Holy crap. Okay, wow, yeah. So dude, if they actually pursue like a Gravity Rush style, they kind of remind me a little bit of like a cell shaded Nier Automata. But if they actually go with the Gravity Rush 2 direction, it could potentially be as good, if not even better, than Wuthering Waves. But at the same time, based off of the recruitment page, a 3D dungeon crawler, what would that look like? Something, I feel like that would be something like Zenless Zone Zero.
It would. I'd imagine it'd be like Zenless, but less vertical slice instance combat sections and more of a linear map system, tower system, where it's instance, but it's a larger explorable area that's potentially like semi-linear.
Because
obviously just totally fucking making shit up here, but this is what it seems like this video is really.
This is essentially a dungeon crawl. It's where you deploy units and farm instances. That's my understanding of what a dungeon crawler is. Like Soul Worker, like Vindictus. So I mean, they're not necessarily my kinds of games. I like open world games like Wuthering Waves, like Neverness to Everness is going to be like Project Mugen, like Genshin Impact. They're all very fun for me. I think they appeal to potentially the largest audience possible, because people love bright games, they love open games that you have the freedom to do pretty much whatever you want in. Limiting yourself to I
think going with another open world game though would be a mistake. If they are developing a new game, I think trying to have another open world game would be a mistake, because one, it's going to be kind of a direct competitor with Wuthering Waves, which at the end of the day they're feeding the same beast. But I just think that would be a little bit odd to do that. And a dungeon crawling game would fit a little bit better, because PGR is a little bit more like Zenless in the sense of those instant small combat areas where it's all about that action gameplay. That feels like, to me, that kind of fits in the middle without trying to replicate Star Rail in being a turn-based game. So I think it would be probably the best way to go if they are developing a game.
Dungeon crawler might end up severely underperforming. I don't know. That's just me. That's what I think. At the end of the day, I just want to note, while I do think a potential Gravity Rush 2 inspired Wuthering Waves could be a really cool game, I also want to temper my expectations and temper your expectations, because while there have been thousands of people that have shared this, it's very likely to be false. Not entirely, it is not 100%, but it is likely until we get an official source. I've seen multiple people ask for a source, not a single person has been responded to. So this could just be him trying to spread misinformation. Either way.
Probably likely. I would imagine they've gone off that project name within the recruitment drive information and then just kind of extrapolated their own idea and come up with something. But even if that is all bullshit, it is interesting that within that recruitment section listed with PGR and Wuthering Waves, there is this Project Nami, which leads me to think, you know, maybe they are working on the game, and it wouldn't be totally shocking if they are. It would make sense if they really want to try and be the new big player within the space.
Hey, I guess we'll find out more probably next year as we approach like year 3 of the development process for it. Now, if none of this is of any interest to you though, absolutely no problem.
Okay, I'm a little bit gutted. I thought we was going to actually get some actual information there. It was all just conjecture based on a Facebook post that's literally, you know, could be absolute bullshit. Probably is, but I find it interesting, like I said, where it was the information on the recruitment drive that leads me to think that potentially we are or already are in the works of getting a third game from Kuro, which would be really cool, you know. So far, really been enjoying Wuthering Waves. I do quite like Punishing Grey Raven. We're going to play more of that game, so I'll be interested to see what happens, actually, if we do get some announcements in the next 12 months that they are working on a game, or even some leaks, and we actually can tell, right, we're not getting information from Kuro, but we know they're working on something. Yeah, another video from Sticks. Check him out. If you want your gacha information, he is the guy. Show him some love. Drop a sub. Yeah, Scarlet Nexus, dude. Yeah. That's kind of like, it plays kind of a bit like, Wuthering Waves, really. You know, that's a good game, that is. I like that game. I really enjoyed that playthrough. It's like a gacha game without the gacha. All right, 2 more videos, and then we're gonna jump into a game because it's 2:30. I want to watch this video. Another one from Sticks.
Did you read?
We're hitting the Sticks. We're hitting the Sticks content. Let me put myself up here this time. Sticks is always in the way of my camera. Yeah, it was a good game, man. I really enjoyed that playthrough. All right. This is from the Sticks Clips channel, so I'm guessing it's a little bit more of a tidbit. The only thing Neverness to Everness to be a massive success. I'm guessing that means the only thing Neverness to Everness needs to be a massive success. That sounds like that makes a little bit more sense to me, but let's have a look. Let's see what it needs.
The NTE dev note responding to feedback. Yes, I actually did. I did a video on that, actually. I uploaded it just yesterday.
Blue Archive.
Titled something like a big announcement for Neverness to Everness. I thought that it was a great step in the right direction. Actually, you know what? How many of you, chat, are actually interested?
Is this in regards to that they're reaching out to people for somebody to conduct like an interview or something regarding what people want from the game? No, that was Project Mugen. That wasn't he? That was Project Mugen now. Okay, I take that back.
Neverness to Everness. The reason I ask is because people keep asking me, hey Sticks, what do you think NTE needs to do to succeed? And do you think the game is going to fail? Honestly, my genuine, honest opinion here is that the devs reached out to specific content.
All right, before we get into hear what he's got to say, I just want to say, I think Neverness to Everness could come out potentially at a perfect time to succeed. Obviously, that's all on them and how well the game is received and how good it is and all of that good stuff. But I just think now Genshin is getting to the point where I think it's coming to the tail end. I know it's still making crazy amounts of money, but how long, especially when we've got more open world games coming out snapping at the toes, at their ankles, can they remain number one with just, you know, more lethargy in the community, in the game, just because it's been out for a few years now? You got Wuthering Waves has dropped. You know, Wuthering Waves is going to be in full force, hopefully, in the next 12 months and really banging, firing on all cylinders and potentially, hopefully, bringing in more and more players because, obviously, I just want the game to be good, so more players to play it, that's good. And if Project Mugen comes out, freaking Neverness to Everness comes out, and Project Mugen, actually, within the next year or two, 2025, 2026 potentially, we're going to be even further down the road for Genshin, which is going to be even more long in the tooth. So the potential for these games to succeed, it's probably their best ever chance. That is if Hoyo don't announce another open world game that could be potentially happening that's going to be some sort of spiritual successor to Genshin. I think that's the only thing then that could really crush the dreams of all these games, because if that happens, it's over probably for all of them. But if they don't, you know, how long does Genshin have left in it, really? You know, how much gas does it have in the tank?
Creators. I was one of them. They reached out to open a line of communication, not the other way around. This means that they understand the importance of content creators and the...
Yeah, that was really good to see. They seem to respond to content creators that put out tweets. They reached out to Styx. That's a terrible pause. I'm sorry, Styx. They reached out to Styx directly as well and said they want to work with people and listen to what they got to say, which is always good to hear from developers.
From content creators. They also have offered to answer any and all questions that
That's always good to hear. Plus, they've also had a failed game as well. And sometimes having a failure, it gives you great lessons to learn from and make better in the future, doesn't it, as well? So, you know, them actually reaching out to people, having a failure in the past, maybe they're a new hotter, you know, maybe they can really, you know, do well with this one.
Personally,
and it looks amazing as well.
For other content creators as well, which means they theoretically aren't hiding anything. Now, this is also evidence that the devs, at least at present, understand the importance of having critical feedback, having people that are critical.
It does, but on the flip side, just to play devil's advocate, it also shows a little bit of complacency potentially and a little bit of lack of confidence, which isn't good, but it doesn't mean that that's the case. But, you know, sometimes if developers do have that bit of complacency and they try to listen to everybody, there's too many chefs, you know, there's too many chefs in the kitchen and it kind of spoils the broth. Is that the saying? And I hope that they don't allow that to happen, that they genuinely take on constructive criticism, but they are confident in what they want to do and just try and improve and just go from there. Just how we got the information coming out from Zenless on Zero. They seem to know exactly what they want, but they're willing to listen to the community, which, as I said, is a big W for Hoyo and a rare W recently, but hopefully Hotter can do the same thing as well.
Of the product or the services to tell you, the developer, what they've done wrong and where, in theory, they need to improve. This doesn't mean to mindlessly hate. This means to provide constructive criticisms. They don't want cum-guzzling white knights telling them that they're doing great. What they want, what they need are critics to tell
exactly. Nobody needs a yes man. Not if you want to succeed.
Them that they're not, so that they can improve and become great. I believe that the key to achieving said greatness is simple. The game just needs to do three things, actually, just three, to ensure its success. Number one, I think it is imperative that the devs listen to their community.
Yeah.
To build a game.
Listen to the community, good combat, and I think, in my opinion, build an interesting world that's got a good story, but concentrate on character stories. I think at the end of the day, because I think sometimes they get a little bit too wrapped up in the story and not concentrate on character stories in some gacha games.
For their players, rather than building a game for their investors. Listen to the community. Exactly. That is exactly right. You noted number one, the most important is to not make a game to make money, but instead make a game that
they should make a game to make money. Let's face it, this is capitalism. This is how businesses work. But if you make a game that's good and your community enjoys it, you're going to make money inevitably. I think, though, again, going back to that, you should listen to the community, but I think they should also be confident in what they believe is going to be a good game. Just take on feedback. I think if you try and listen to everybody and try and please everybody, you're going to end up pleasing nobody.
That will make players spend money. See the difference? Number two, it is imperative that you do not time gate your game. How many of you played Terrasland recently that had a...
Don't get me started on that game. Don't get me started on that game. That system, oh my God, people still glaze over that game. That system, people defended that system in the, well, it allows people who don't have the time to keep up with the people who do have the time. Dude, it's a fucking MMO. Shut the fuck up.
Time gate. How many of you played Tower Fantasy at launch, which had a time gate?
Did it? I didn't know that. I didn't know that Tower Fantasy had a time gate. Still, yet to play that game.
Honestly, Tower Fantasy had more time gates present than there are current players left. Time gating deters people from playing your game. They immediately
It does. It does. It can work on mobile games. I get it, but games that are designed to be cross-platform, just it's such a stupid thing. Such a stupid thing.
immediately see it and they're like, okay, yeah. They don't reward my time. They don't reward.
How can you expect people to want to play a game by stopping them playing the game? Because that's literally what terrorists. I'm not getting into it. That game pissed me off so much.
The time investment I'm devoting to this game, so then they stop playing. They want to play as much as they want to play at whatever pace and rate they want.
Yeah.
Telling them they're not allowed to do that is going to force them to leave. That is number 2. Number 3, and this is important to me. I think it is important to focus on telling a coherent story. Now, Tower Fantasy's main issue, I think, other than the time gating, was that the game barely made any sense whatsoever, and the devs themselves openly admitted to being so humiliated, so embarrassed with the story present, that they have repeatedly offered.
At least they've acknowledged it. That's a good sign. Acknowledging past mistakes and getting it is a big factor to improving on them in the future. This is why I am optimistic about Neverness to Everness, because they've had that failure. Sometimes you need to fall down to be able to like get up stronger. You need to have those failures to really get that success, you know? And obviously it's always great if you just do nothing but get W's, of course. But I think sometimes getting that failure can really build you into a better person, to be a better version of yourself. And hopefully that's what Hodder are going to do. You know, they're recognizing the issues with the story. It seems like a lot of people, from what I've heard from a lot of people, that have worked on the issues at launch with Tower of Fantasy. The game was just mismanaged and mishandled by the looks of things. And obviously, I've heard people talk about the story issues and other issues as well. But it seems that they know that as well. So that's good to see. I don't think the story has to be this 10 out of 10 story in a gacha game. It needs to be interesting. It needs to be, you know, a little bit flamboyant. It needs to be anime. You know, it doesn't need to be the next Lord of the Rings. You know, it doesn't need to be fucking freaking Shakespeare. It just needs to be enjoyable, interesting, intriguing, and then concentrate on the character stories, I think, because at the end of the day, we're collecting characters in the game, and if they have interesting stories, it makes the entire experience a little bit more interesting, in my opinion.
For story skips to move between major patches. You could skip from 1.0 to 2.0, 2.0, 3.0, 3.0, 4.0. I didn't even have to finish any of the 3.0 content. I restarted at 3.2 and immediately moved into 4.0 without having to clear anything at all. Which is hilarious because every major patch that comes out, they want to distance themselves from all previous content. They don't actually want people to play it. Now, Tower Fantasy did have a lot of potential. I thought it had potential. Many other content creators thought it had potential, but that potential was never realized. I think.
So I remember when it launched, as I said, still haven't played it, but I remember when it launched, everybody seemed to be excited about it in the gacha space, but this is when I didn't play gacha games, so I was kind of looking from the outside in, you know, so I didn't really get it.
NTE, Neverness to Everness, has a lot more potential than Tower Fantasy had, and at the very least, from what I've seen thus far, and what I've seen from talking with some of the devs personally on Discord, they do seem to have a semblance of an idea of what they're doing this time around, hopefully. Those are my thoughts on Neverness to Everness right now.
Well, that's it. Like, you know, it is just about the potential, and hopefully they've realized the mistakes. And even if somebody has, going back to that again, you know, you can be better from your failures. You also can never learn. You know, you can be like, I get it, I understood what I did wrong, and then just go and do it again. You know, at the end of the day, we're human. That happens. So yeah, I agree with some of what Six says there. I'm hopeful for the game. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's not trash, because I think the game actually looks really good and it looks like it's got lots of potential. And I just love the setting and the premise. It looks really cool, actually. It looks really cool. Yeah, I was on a Stix's Clips channel, that was, actually. Yeah, man, I'll subscribe to that as well. I'll subscribe to that as well. I've had some people, some of text mods. Seem chill though. Seem chill. Was roasting mods a little bit in that video, though. Welcome back, Bully Time. Alright. I want to check out the video, but I'm going to watch that later on the evening stream because it's a longer one. And it is 2:45, and I do want to play some Wuthering Waves today. I do want to get on it.
There is
we are going to play some video games. We're going to get back to it, chat. That's what we do here, but we haven't really been doing much of it recently, have we? You learn more from failure than you ever will from success. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Exactly. Nothing but facts. Okay, let's check this out then. Wuthering Waves shatters even more records. Let's have a look then. Have they been doing well?
There is something I want to discuss briefly. This is something that is going to upset some Wuthering Waves hater, but at the same time is probably going to be great news to you guys, to me. As of
Let's see.
Of the last 24 hours, there have been numerous threads made over on Reddit concerning Changli's day one revenue.
Okay, so as somebody who really likes Wuthering Waves, I am not like, oh, yes, yes, Kuro made a shit ton of money off the banner. That's awesome. At the end of the day, I've said it multiple times, as long as I make enough money to reinvest into the game and I'll continue to get a good game, that's all I care about. I don't care how much money a bunch of board members and investors and shareholders and CEOs have made in any gaming company, and neither should you. And you should never use it as something to go and flex on another person who's a fan of another IP, because who gives a fuck? Are you getting paid? No. As long as the game's good and it continues to be good and it becomes a priority for the company for them to reinvest, that's all that matters.
To the Gacha Gaming subreddit, which is always a bastion of truth, honesty, professionalism, and friendliness. New Wuthering Waves banner Changli is even more successful than Yinlin's banner.
I don't think that's a massive shocker, personally. Yinlin, big fan. Big fan. Multiple reasons why I'm a big fan. Big fan. But Changli was just hyped up more. She's just that, she's just like got that bit more of a, a little bit more of, and I just think like there's probably more people playing the game as well now, because like it's not the first really big female banner. It's the second one. More people playing the game, more people hyped. There's a bit more people talking about the game, so it was only going to trend up. And just look at it, like, just look at it. I'm not surprised by that at all if it's the case.
Wuthering Waves cannot stop winning even after Zenless Zone Zero launch.
People have always got to bring in Zenless Zone Zero when the other way around with these two games, haven't they? It's a bit weird.
And her banner has already met higher, or has
Changli ruined my life. Discuss.
Has already hit higher numbers than Yinlin's banner did, which is great. But in typical Gacha Gaming fashion, they have to mention Zenless Zone Zero to cause that rift. To make Zenless and Wuwa players butt heads are.
And I don't even know why they should, apart from releasing at the same time. People keep comparing the two games, and they need to fucking stop. The Zenless Zone Zero is nothing like Wuthering Waves. If you want to compare it, which you don't have to, I don't know why in the gaming space everybody's always got to be comparing stuff. Compare it to fucking Genshin. Zenless Zone Zero is more like Punishing Grey Raven, Solo Level and Arise. It's more like freaking Honkai Impact 3rd. It's more like Snowbreak Containment Zone. It's nothing. They're nothing like each other. They're nothing like each other. The only thing they've got in common is the gacha games.
Argue and attack one another. You cannot have an announcement. You cannot have an achievement without dragging down another game on this subreddit. The reason why I state this is because if you click the original thread on the Wuthering Waves subreddit, they just state that Changli has surpassed Yinlin's top grossing ranking in China. That's all. They state Changli is doing great, better than Yinlin, which is good. The Gargacha Gaming subreddit says, haha, you know what? Zenless tried to knock us down, but you know, it didn't work. Haha. If I recall, Yinlin's banner came in at number 8, but
I suppose in a sense though, to be devil's advocate, it is kind of impactful in the sense that I know what this person's doing with this title, but at the same time, it is notable that it's continuing to doing so well with the new Huyo game, you know, that it's still, it hasn't like pulled up too many players away, or people are still willing to jump onto Wuthering Waves. But, you know, I definitely see, you know, that there is the constant comparison in this Reddit.
Changli's banner has already come in at number 6, which again is higher than Yinlin's banner ever did, which means that revenue for the first day, or probably the first several days, is going to be higher for Changli than it was Yinlin, which is great news because that means Wuthering Waves is probably going to have quite the large gross revenue for this month, even though players thought that the game was dead and the game was going to do terribly.
It's a good sign as well that it's a trend in a certain direction at the moment. Like I said, what we'll have to see is after about, what, 4 to 5 months, a few updates to see where that larger trend is going in general. If we're just seeing a few spikes here and there, or we're actually seeing a genuine trend to the upside. Obviously, it's not going to continue forever, but post-launch for like the first 6 to 12 months, that would be good to see. Again, don't care how much all the people at Kuro make. Love Kuro games so far. Loving Wuthering Waves. I just want the game to make enough to make the game good. Beyond that,
the first month, the second month, the third month. Now it probably, you know, when Jeji and what was his name, Changli come out, I think it's his name, I forgot. When they come out, the revenue is not going to be that high. But right now, Changli is absolutely killing it. Now let's go ahead and actually do my 10 polls, because like you guys know I have the worst luck in the world, right? I really want to get her. I do, but I have a very limited amount of premium currency. I think I have,
oh, it's the rest of the video just in pulling and failing. I know we ended up spending like $200, didn't he? Yeah, that's good to hear though, I guess, if you're really happy about the people making lots of money at Kuro. You know? Good for you, I guess. Good for you. All right, let's play some games then. Let's play some games. Stop on Woo-Wah. Woo-Wah! Let's go. Really find any good videos today to fucking watch it. I will say though, there's less than 2k people watching Wuthering Waves on Twitch, which is kind of rough. Oh, actually, there was a video I did want to watch. I did want to watch a video. The only time revenue should matter is if they take it and sink it into supporting content for the character banners. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Beyond reinvestment into the game, I really couldn't give a damn. All right, let's do this first. I'm going to do this. I do want to get on the game myself, but I do want to react to this video. I did slap it in last night. It's a video from Kazahana, and he does make good videos. So we're going to check it out. It's only a short one as well. Get chat back up. All right, let's check this one out from Kazahana then. The Genshin community ruined this company again. Oh. Always love a bit of Genshin community spice. Let's have a look.
So it happened again. But if you've been around in this community for quite a while, then you would have remembered this event that happened 3 years ago, where a ton of Genshin Impact players actually attacked Google Classroom and a number of other apps on the Google Play Store, literally for issues with Genshin Impact. Nothing to do with Google Classroom, nothing to do with any of these other apps, all because they had a problem with Genshin Impact. Now there is a whole video on this by
the Andes, bro. The Andes. This was when it was peak Andes with Genshin, wasn't he? You know, they haven't got so much to roll for at the moment with the game being the way it is. And of course, you know, not knocking on Genshin. It's in a lull at the moment. You Yeah, the Genshin Andes are strong, man.
Mugen, if you guys want to go check that out. I think it's a very good video and it informs you of literally everything that went on, and it's just super funny as well. But in this video, we're going to be talking about this because it happened again. Now, before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go over to GamerSups and use my code Kazo, where you can get yourself 10% off a ton of cups, tubs, and even more. And they've also got some new events on at the moment, which I think you guys would really like. So definitely
I like
go
them
check
shorts,
them out.
actually.
And yeah, let's get back into the video. So if
Wouldn't
you
wear them
haven't seen the
outside.
million videos that I've made on this, then Genshin Impact has been in a little bit of hot water recently, and that's to do with the new region Natlan. And Natlan is the new region that's coming in version 5.0.
That boycott is not going to work, by the way. We're not going to get into the details of it. That's not going to work. They'll be back on playing the game as soon as it launches.
Pretty much they release a new region every single year, with the overall landscape of Natlan being a very hot and dry, kind of like deserted place, kind of taking inspiration from Mexico, South America, a little bit of Africa as well, I'm pretty sure. And Genshin Impact actually released a ton of drip marketing for some of the characters that are coming out, and you can tell that with most of these characters, they look pretty white, and people weren't happy with that in the Genshin Impact community. Obviously, you know, Genshin Impact's community can be very vocal whenever it comes to issues in the game, and boy, were they vocal about it. They went on and on about the skin color of the characters, and rightfully so, because it is a little bit weird how many like...
I disagree. I don't think it was rightfully so, if I'm honest. I get people wanting representation, and I understand it, but I don't think to just like call for boycotts was rightfully so. Now, I'm not even going to start defending some of the stuff that goes on in China regarding the whitewashing and removal and airbrushing of certain peoples in promotional material. We've all seen it. If you haven't, do a bit of Googling. But again, I don't think it was rightfully so that people got really mad that the characters didn't represent what we believe they should represent. If it's based on a hot place in this fantasy world, then they must look, if it's inspired by these places in our world, then the characters have to be inspired and look like the people from this area. I just don't subscribe to that.
Like really pale and white characters we've got in this new region, for a region that's supposed to be so hot and sunny. I mean, you know, you'd expect them to be at least a little bit tanned, whereas like Mavwika here is like white, Casca is very white. I mean, some of them they did a good job, like Ianson, they did a good...
This is also a world where people can do magical abilities and people have got cat ears and all these different things. So I don't think we need to necessarily push in the way that humans have evolved in real life into these fantasy worlds where there's like, you know, fucking 300-year-old fucking lolly characters and whatever, and people that can shoot fucking water out of their hands and such. You know, I think we get a little bit too wrapped up in that sort of stuff at the for the most part. I understand people wanting representation, but I just think that argument's a poor argument in my opinion.
Good job. Zelinen, I mean, you can kind of argue she's a little bit tanned. You need Sitlily, she definitely is very pale. And again, people just weren't happy with that at all. So obviously, whenever there's a lot of discourse in...
And guess what? China did not care.
The Genshin Impact community, we have a lot of people in the replies saying, why do they look so white, etc, etc. And there has been comments on a lot of their posts recently saying, can you give these characters a bit more melanin because, you know, of how white they look. But also, they went back to the good old review bombing, which they like to do always. Now, Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse have a history of review bombing. It's not just the Google Classroom situation from 3 years ago. They've had many situations where they've been review bombed or other games have been review bombed, and it's just happened again. So if we go over to Genshin Impact reviews, they're actually doing pretty alright, to be fair, for whatever's going on. 3.6 stars out of 4.6 million reviews. I think that's pretty decent. And if we just put it to the newest ones, we can see like there's a lot of people that have been review bombing the game.
You know, the people who are going to the point to review bomb the game are the people who are playing for like 5-6 hours a day, every day, 3 years down the line, you know?
Horrible game. The game's mechanics are fun, but the constant whitewashing of cultural characters is not okay. Also, the hours and hours of story. So you can see that a ton of people are not happy with this. I mean, there are some people trying to counter, you know, review this. People are review bombing because the skin color of the characters are so pathetic. I mean, again, I don't think that review bombing is the way to go here. I know that the issue is very bad and that people should be talking about it.
Again, I disagree. I don't think the issue is very bad. I get it. I do. Like I say, I've never cared about a character in a game representing me. I understand. I'm a straight white male. I'm terrible. I get it. But I look at characters like Goku. There is so many people around the world that look at Goku, and Goku doesn't have to look like any group of people, and people can see themselves in Goku. Look at Superman. There's a small group of people in the West who really get like that bit between the teeth about that sort of stuff. And I do get it to a degree. I get it to a degree when somebody might be like, oh, it'd be kind of cool if a character was in the game that looked like me. I understand that. But I think if you are from specific groups and you want that from your game, then it's probably best not to play massive Chinese games. I'm just saying. I'm not even like going in at you, really. I think you're probably best to find a different company from a different part of the world if that's what you want out of it. And I understand that you might really like Genshin, but I think you've got to weigh the two up. Do you want to play the game and enjoy it, or do you want this representation out of it? Because you're not going to get both from a Chinese company. It's just not happening.
But honestly, I think they should just boycott the game and not play the game, rather than just like leaving all these like...
I agree with that. It's the best thing to do. If you don't like it, just stop playing the game. The problem is these people will continue to play the game, but they just want to get their piece out there. And that's the thing that works in the West. People will do this, and Western companies will fold to demands, and sometimes rightly so. But Chinese companies ain't going to do it, man. At the end of the day, their revenue comes from China, and the Chinese people don't give a shit about any of this Western shit.
Like false negative reviews, because at the end of the day, if we actually think about it, Genshin Impact isn't actually that bad of a game. Now, obviously, you know, that's up for debate. People say, oh, this game sucks, this game's good. But I don't think it truly deserves a 1-star review.
It's not. It's just fun to roast on it sometimes, isn't it? It's like that with some games. Some games absolutely do deserve the absolute trashing they get. But Genshin's not a bad game. I think the thing is, Genshin was really good and has built such a community that it's going to get to the point where people just can't help but hate on it because they actually love it. You know, they love to hate it because they actually love it.
Maybe you could rate it a 2, 3, or 4, or even a 5 if you think it's that good. But it's not that bad of a game where it's a 1-star. I would class a 1-star game to be something that, maybe falsely advertises what it is. And maybe
a 1-star game, in my opinion, yeah, it should be unplayable. It's barely functioning, In my opinion, I know that it goes up to 5 stars, but if you're going off say a 5-star, then a 2.5 is an average game. Let's just extrapolate that and say 10-star just because I'm stupid. You got a 10 rating. A 10, perfect game pretty much. And for me, I don't think there are any 10 games, because to me, a 10 is perfect. A 9 is as best as it gets for me, as good as it gets in my opinion. A 5 is a pretty decent game. It's average. It's fun. It does what it does. Anything above that, and you're in the realm of it being a good game. And then below a 5, that's when you're talking not great. A 4, under average. A 3, it's a pretty crappy game. And then when you get down to 2 and 1, a 1 for me isn't just something that you give to a game that's just a poor game or you don't like. It's a game that's literally broken, that's barely serviceable as a game.
Maybe the gameplay just sucks overall. But Genshin Impact is a fully working game, which I think, definitely deserves more than a 1-star just for everything that is done. And obviously, it's a massive game too. Now, obviously, the average reviews is at a 3.7. I mean, that is actually pretty decent. I'd say a 3.7 is pretty accurate of where Genshin Impact is at the moment. But
yeah, it's fair. It's fair. So like you say, extrapolate that out to a 10 system. It'd be like a 7, wouldn't it? I think that's a good rating for a game like Genshin. At the end of the day, it's a gacha game. So I think it has to lose points in a way for that, even if you like gacha games, because the systems are built in a way that are going to negatively impact the game to some degree. Of course, to some degree, you're not going to be able to access everything, and the game's going to be built in a specific way. But that's why some of us like that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think a 7's a perfectly good rating for a game. 3.7 is fine.
But a lot of these 1-star reviews can kind of, tarnish the overall reputation of the game. Because, yeah, they will just keep adding 1-star reviews, which will bring this average down.
That's a fair one. There's an old skip button.
And obviously, new players coming over will think, well, this game isn't very good, is it? Whenever the actual issue isn't with the game and it's more with, the whole whitewashing thing, which a lot of people are angry about. But again, I think there is a different place for that rather than just review bombing it. I think, going into the replies or replying to a lot of their posts is totally fine. I think boycotting the game overall, just not playing it, not spending on it.
And the idea as well, I think this is a very Western thing, this idea that it's whitewashing the game. I understand it, the character skin tone, I get it. But are they white? Who says they're white characters? This is a game from Asia. This is an anime-style game. I've watched videos of a lot of people in Japan, and they never even really, that thing comes into their head of, is this character a European? Or is it Japanese? And a lot of them I've watched, some of them will say, well, I see it as a Japanese character. And some will say, well, I see it as a European character. And a lot of them will just be like, that's not something that I've ever thought of. Obviously there's certain anime that are set in specific countries, and it's a big factor to it. And you can obviously say that this character is a Japanese person. But like, who's to say that they're white? You know, why can't a game that's made in China be designed for how they want their characters to look? And who's not to say that the Chinese people and Huyo as a whole don't see them as Chinese characters, you know? Yeah, it's wild. I like I say, again, I do understand the need and want for representation from certain groups, but I just think that you're barking up the wrong tree if you're expecting to get it from Huyo, in my opinion. And I'm not even like ragging on Huyo, and it's just where they come from, and it's the customer base they service as well. They just don't need to worry about that. The thing with Huyo is they are unashamed about showing that they don't care about those things, really, where Western companies will pretend they do. They don't, but they'll just pretend they do.
Is good. I mean, that's probably even better than leaving a 1-star review, because at the end of the day, it doesn't actually hurt them that much. A 1-star review maybe deter a few players from playing, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people would see a lot of these reviews anyways and try to find out why it's reviewed so low, and then just see, oh, it's because people are mad at like one particular thing. But don't get me wrong, the situation is bad, but like, again, I don't think it warrants a 1-star review. But also, as we know, they like to go to other places, and they're going over to Google Classroom, which has a
I do genuinely feel as well there's a lot of people just saying the situation's bad because they're afraid that people will think they're racist, which it doesn't mean that at all. Just to say that, like, you know, China are not going to care about this, and I understand representation, but it's not going to happen. I don't think, you know, but then again, it's 2024, man. People are wild, aren't they? You can say sensible things and people are just like, racist, you know?
0.6-star review, which is actually kind of crazy. And yeah, they haven't really recovered since the original Google Classroom review bomb. But again, it is kind of funny to see. And obviously there is a ton of reviews here already of people just kind of coping, because Google Classroom obviously is used for school. There's going to be a lot of kids on there being like, oh, I don't like doing my schoolwork. So they rate it 1-star thinking, you know, they might be able to get out of it. Obviously that not being the case. But if we sort this by newest, it says, this is for Natland. Fix Genshin now, or I'll start doing something about it. If you're going to use my culture, then respect our color, Hoyo. Fix Natland.
See, that's a wild statement there. If you're going to use my culture, that's just, to me, that's such a wild statement, you know? I just don't subscribe to that argument at all. I think whether it's sci-fi, whether it's fantasy, I think they can be inspired by a culture, by a nation, by a history, and it doesn't have to represent that thing at all. I've said it multiple times. You look at things like Star Wars, Star Trek, specifically Star Trek, there's races and cultures within that are based off historical things that happened in human history and places in the world and peoples that existed that might even not exist anymore. But they don't represent that in how they look at all, because they're alien species. And I don't see how they should have to as well. It's fantasy. People always take from real world history and things that happen to create their fantasy world. You can't help but doing that, whether it's conscious or subconscious. And the idea that, you decided to take this thing that happened in 7th century Britain to create your new fantasy kingdom. Well, then they have to all speak with a British accent, don't they? And they've got to have terrible teeth, you know? It's like, it's just stupid.
Are getting frisky leeway and Mondstadt. Please spare my reading and add a skip button. I'm also joining in Genshin's non-existent problem. LMO, I had to join for Natland. I mean, like, this is absolutely, like, I don't get this at all. I don't know why you'd attack Google Classroom of all the places. There are so many different places that you could go to, such as Honkai Star Rail, Zelda Zone Zero, you know, all the Hoyoverse games that are out at the moment. I'm not saying that you should. Obviously, you know, those games are completely separate, but I could actually understand why people will go over there because it's a Hoyoverse game. But with Google Classroom, it just makes no sense at all, and it seems like people are trying to just go back to the event that happened 3 years ago and trying to kind of revive it because they think it's funny.
It's because people don't really care about fixing a situation like that. They just want to be angry about something. And then there's other people who are memeing, but there will be other people who are genuinely, they just like to shout into the void. And there's a lot of people out there that don't want to see fixes for the certain things that they claim they do want to see fixes for, because then they can't be perpetually mad about that thing. There are people that love to be in that position because they just want to be mad all the time. And if it's fixed and they've got nothing to be mad about, and guess what they'll do if it does get fixed? They'll just go find something else and be mad about that.
And obviously this kind of, takes out a lot of the meaning behind this whole, outrage and fighting back against Hoyoverse. Because if you're rating this 1 star as a joke while also, saying this is for Natlan, you know how it kind of comes across? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it seems kind of bad that you're doing this as a joke whenever there are tons of people taking this very, very seriously, and you're saying, oh, I'm doing it as Google Classroom because they did it last time. That's so funny, this is for Natla. Like, LMAO, I had to join. Like, you're thinking like this is a joke. It's not a joke.
From a base point, it's kind of funny though.
Joke. Like, the overall situation going on is very, very bad for Hoyoverse, and you're just here like review bomb and Google.
I don't think it is that bad for Hoyoverse. Hot take. I don't think it is. I think our Western view of how everything should be and how corporations usually react to outrage in the West is we think it is a bad thing for Hoyoverse, because when companies do wrong in social, cultural, contemporary situations nowadays, they get lambasted to the point where they fold. And if they don't fold, the media kind of pushes them to fold. It can affect their bottom line. It can affect their stock prices. It can affect people who work for them. They can get threats to the point where people will leave. But I don't think it's necessarily that big a deal for Hoyo, because majority of their customer base is in China, and that's who they want to appease. And I don't think they're going to try and please Western audiences at the negative of their Chinese base. I don't think they really are going to risk angering or annoying or even potentially disrespecting their Chinese base because they want to please angry Americans or angry Europeans. I just can't see it happening. If it does, I will be surprised, and I'll be interested to see then what happens, because I think there probably would be a weird backlash from China, because I've seen plenty of posts regarding the Natlan stuff from people based in China, and let's just say they're incredibly racist posts. So it's, it doesn't surprise me that Hoyo are just going to be like, you know what, we'll just put our fingers in our ears for this one, ignore it, and after a bit, like the typical Westerners do, they'll shout and scream and shake their fists, and then they'll just keep playing the game anyway.
Classroom, and obviously this isn't good for Google Classroom either. Now obviously it doesn't really matter what reviews Google Classroom has anyways, because it's not one of those apps where you kind of have to like look it up, see how good it is kind of thing. Schools and teachers will just use it anyways regardless of the reviews, because it's Google.
It's more of an institutional thing, isn't it, really, in that sense?
We have a very, very strong pull whenever it comes to just like any app ever. But again, it is kind of disappointing to see that the community is going over here, and it just kind of proves that they don't change. But again, we're gonna have to wait and see how this kind of develops. I don't know if they've attacked any other games. I will definitely do a little bit more research into seeing have they attacked any other different gacha games or anything like that, because again, it's a little bit stupid that they've done this. And as I said earlier, it's not very useful, putting these 1-star reviews, but I definitely think it's much more sensible to put a 1-star review on Genshin Impact. But in my personal opinion, I don't think you should do it at all. And you should just do it in other ways. Rather than leaving a 1-star review, how about make a video on it? I mean, everyone has access to making a video on a game, and that's what a lot of people have been doing, especially with Wuthering Waves and Zenless and Zero. Whenever there's a problem with their game, they've, pulled up a camera, pulled up OBS or whatever, and just recorded a video then talking about the game, and it's done very well, and people have actually listened. But the thing is, we just got all these people that are just lazy and just put 1-star reviews on Genshin Impact and Google Classroom just because they don't like something going on, rather than doing something actually productive about it and something that will actually change Hoyoverse's opinion on this whole situation. Because again, these 1-star reviews aren't going to do anything. It might be a little bit annoying to them because, it does bring down the average rating, but at the
only thing that will do anything, in my opinion, is a shift in the Chinese player base's opinions on things.
The day, they don't really care. They are a Chinese company as well, so they probably care more about the Huawei shop reviews than the Google Play reviews, as we've seen.
And, again, hot take, why wouldn't they? They're here to make money, not to please Americans and British people and whatever, and to be sensible to contemporary cultural norms at the moment, and even morals. That's not what businesses do. And I guarantee you, Western businesses feel the same, but they just operate in a different environment, so they have to work about it in a different way. The Chinese companies don't. So why would they care less about that base that's making them way more money than a base that's not? It's just simple business, isn't it, really?
Hoyoverse love to pander to, the Chinese community rather than the global community. So they're just not really going to care about these 1-star reviews. And what they're going to care about is stuff that actually matters, videos.
Money.
replies. I mean, you get a popular reply on Twitter on one of their posts whenever they release script marketing for one of these characters, and it will definitely look bad on them if you start talking about it. I mean, I've done it in the past, and it's absolutely blown up, and you know, it does make Hoyoverse look bad whenever people see it at the top of the replies on a post for a new character.
But the question is, though, does it make Hoyoverse change? You know, that's the question. Again, we might say it makes them look terrible, but they'll look at it and be like, whatever, it's no big deal. We carry on, we move, you know?
So again, maybe do something a bit more like productive with your time. Leaving a 1-star review is a bit disingenuous, especially whenever people try to keep ratings and reviews fair and are very particular about them. I mean, I know in the anime community and stuff like that, people really care about the overall rating of anime and stuff, especially on like My Anime List. And I'm sure that people on Google Play and different games also care about the reviews on games. Yeah, this is just a funny...
People are weird. I get it. It's kind of a barometer. I do get it. But people put too much freaking stock into other people's opinions. That's a problem nowadays, you know? Like, who cares? If something looks kind of cool to you, try it. If it's trash, stop playing it. If something about the community or the developers piss you off, stop playing it. If you like it, keep playing it. Who cares if somebody you respect or you even like online says this is absolute dog shit, but you're like, well, I kind of like it, but I guess reviews said no good, so I'll stop.
Funny situation overall that I think is just kind of turned stupid. It's just people that want to recreate this old kind of thing that happened, and again, it's kind
the
of
only time for me when reviews actually matters. You know, when I'm buying something online, you know, like an actual physical like object that, like, you know, whether like I want to know whether it actually does what it's supposed to do. Does it work? Is it like badly made? Is it gonna break? You know, all that sort of stuff. When it comes to a video game, at the end of the day, especially if you're buying on Steam, if it's trash, you refund it. If it's free to play, it doesn't even matter.
weird just for anyone to do that, especially to Google Classroom. I mean, I think they've had enough of the
I think it's just for the
bad reviews
memes.
that they've been
For the
getting,
memes.
which isn't even their fault. Yeah, let me know down in the comments what you guys think about this.
I think
Do you
Google probably cared
they
about it as much as
deserve it? Do you think
Hoyoverse
Google
do.
Classroom deserves all of these
Yeah.
reviews being sent their way? Or do you think they should actually do something more productive with their time and actually, you know, make some content or reply to posts to actually make some kind of difference, if any? Yeah, that's about all I got for this video. If you did enjoy it, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next one. That's all. See ya.
Alright, another good video from Kazahana. The Genshin community ruined this company again. Well, they didn't. But yeah, I understand the title. Yeah, it's just stupid. I just think it's stupid. I think people are just screaming into the void. I think the best thing to do if they're really that angry about those particular things is just play something else. That's the best way to fix it. And then you don't have to see. It's like being in a game when somebody's being really horrible. Mute them. Somebody saying mean stuff online. Mute them and carry on with your life. It's a really nice thing, man. Makes you smile, actually. Makes you feel better. It's a good thing. I think what it is, though, is a lot of people have probably invested a lot of money in them. Like, oh, fuck! I can't pull myself away, man. I've got to somehow, if I scream enough, this Chinese company will listen to me. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. All right, let's play one of the ways then. Let's get on it. Stop fucking around. We're going to shut up now. We're going to stop watching videos. We're going to play some video games. It's 20 past 3. We've got like an hour or so to play some video games. All right, boys? What is this, Pix? You don't play video games anymore, man. I don't know what you do. You suck. Suck. Stop reacting to videos because you're creatively devoid. Good old games. Do 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 do. You been to the gym today, Bullet Time? What are you saying? The audio turned down in the game, that's why. Like sometimes, like when I'm doing dailies, if like last night, I was like, right, get my dailies done quickly, go farm some mats, and I'll just watch a video and turn the game audio off. Dude, this game takes so freaking long to load nowadays. Yeah, it's definitely Zone Zero's soundtrack. Ooh, Local Live's on tonight at 7 o'clock. You fucking weeb. Gilly is charged. Gilly is charged. Yeah, man, there's only Zone Zero soundtracks kinda slaps. If I'm honest. We need to do Changli's companion story. We start that, yeah. Let's go do our daily first. Go get our daily out the way, boys. Boys! Let's go get it then, man. Let's go get it. Bit of Halo!
Luminous energy. Divine harmony. Take flight. It will be cleansed.
Nuke him! You're actually doing like 60k damage sometimes now. Which I know obviously some people have got it doing like 100 plus, but like, you know, we've only got, you know, Changli once. We're not S6 or anything like that. Oh, he's still here.
Why are you looking at strike is one. Heaven ordains. Banish all vice.
Do a bit of cooking. Dude, I need to get more of the flowers, man, because I've got so much fucking meat. I'm so glad the meat doesn't spoil as well. Or did I just cook tea with a fucking steak? Nice. Since when is that a piece of steak that I can pick up? I think that's just on there, yeah. Yeah, it's just sitting on top of there. Hell yeah, it is, dude. I like this game, man. Like, legit, like this game. Like, I like Genshin as well, though, man. You know, ooh, baby. Let's go. Union level 54. Oh, there we go. We're waiting for the lag. We didn't have it when we logged in today. 3k off a basic attack. What are you talking about? That is what I'm talking about. Alright, what are we doing then? So we need to ascend Verena actually. We do need to ascend Verena, but I do want to do Changli's because Verena's still putting in the work at the moment. She's doing a job, like, you know. So I think at the moment we need to really concentrate on getting some of the mats, even though they're not you know, they are mutually exclusive really, so we can do both because at the minute I think for Verena it's potentially weeklies, which I don't know. Okay, so we can do that. We can go and get 3 of those then. Right. Problem is though, I do want the other mats. They are mutually exclusive in the sense of wave plates. Let's do, what's the ascendant materials we need actually? I think it's the same, isn't it? No. Oh, okay. So we can do that. We can get her up to 80 then. Easy. Right, okay. I do need to go get some of these first. We'll do this first. What do we need? We need some polarized metallic dip, reactive metallic dip. Okay. Talking it. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's at weekly level now. Yeah. Right. Okay. We can get... Oh, shit. We got to do forgery for that shit, have we? Fuck. We need to do some of the simulacrum as well. Alright, let's go do the forgery then. So it must be broken in your system because everyone's got lag. Yeah, it might be something to do with, like, the game just being a bit weird with my GPU, maybe, or something, potentially. It's only when I start the game. It's the same thing every time. It feels more like, I don't know, man. It feels more like a server connection issue because sometimes I see it like, and it'll go from like 45 milliseconds up to like 200 millisecond ping. So I don't know what it is. But after that, like 10, 15 seconds, it's gone. Could be Windows updates, potentially. It's been like that since I've had the game. Let me use Changli. That's why I'm trying to avoid updating. I'm at the fucking minute, dude. Couldn't stop it on my streaming PC today, though.
Together we vanquish. Who's the caged bird now?
Oh, baby. What are you doing? 20k on that?
Back in starlight. Thus it ends. Together we vanquish. Come on, guys, get it!
I'm gonna try and see if we could infinite juggler then. Oh shit, fucked it up.
Lend me your strength.
go again. Let's go again. We go again.
Life is in everything. Strike is one. Take flight. Sacred life. Leave it to me. Going against you.
How did we fucking kill him? Let's try to lock back onto him then.
Perish in flames.
Money for full.
Feathers incinerate. Triumph. Who's the caged bird now?
Together we fight. Heaven ordains. Banish all vice. Our lights shine through. The sky beckons.
Collapse.
Onwards.
Our little fairy dance. Give me them. Give me them. All right, 2 seconds. Let's have a look what we can do with that then. Lovely jubbly. Where's my girl at? Come here, darling. Let's do a resonance skill actually. Okay, we need rings, yeah. Can I make any rings at the shop? Let's go have a look. I think I might be able to make some rings. Synthesize some. Maybe? I don't know. Shall have a fucking look then.
Onwards.
Was it basics I needed? Shit, I don't know. Was it basics? Yeah, basics. I've got those. Okay, so basics, yeah. Fuck off. Fuck off, phoning me. Fuck off. Alright, let's make some basic rings then. Here she is. Oh, I've only got 2. Yes. How many do I need? Alright, we're gonna have to go beat up some elites. Dude, I'm at like $2 million. Bro, I have burnt through some serious cash. Serious amounts of cash. Let's do a full play circuit actually. And we're gonna need to do a bit of farming for her. We are gonna need to do a little bit of farming. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright. We're gonna gamble though. We're gonna gamble. Let's go. Gimme that weapon, baby. Give me that weapon. No one cares, trash. No one cares. We don't care. Hit me again. I can get 1 out of it. Hit me again. I am so tempted to put some money in to get the weapon quick. I'm tempted, boys. I'm tempted. And then I can use the rewards that I get throughout the update just to like for the next banner, you know? You know? You know? We broke. We broke, boys. We are broke. Right. Got a bunch of exploration I need to do as well. Should we go do this? Let's go do it. Probably would have been best traveling to the main one, so I could have got Changli healed a little bit there. Dude, ever since I went physio the other day, dude, fuck my neck up, man. Hold up. Ooh, we need to do some of the ooh, do I do that first? Do I do that first? No, let's go do this first.
The Wei Chi pieces were scattered, but the guru remained calm. It's getting late, he said gently to the woodcutter. Shouldn't you be heading down the mountain? As he glanced at the sky, the woodcutter was shocked to see how much time had passed. It couldn't have been more than 2 hours, he thought in disbelief. Feeling apologetic, he prepared to leave, worried that the guru would be annoyed with him. But when the woodcutter turned around, he nearly jumped out of his skin. The hermit guru, who had been playing Wei Chi and drinking wine, was now gone. In his place lay a shattered Wei Chi board and a heap of decaying bones. The woodcutter was so scared that he dropped his bamboo basket and ran down the mountain
halfway to hard,
without even looking back. As he reached the mountain's base, he was hit with a stark realization. The quaint village he remembered had bloomed into a bustling town, with sturdy brick houses replacing the humble thatched cottages. And where his home once stood, only an empty wasteland remained. He noticed a date on the calendar that he had never seen before. In shock, he grabbed a passerby and urgently asked, "Excuse me, can you tell me the current date and time?" As he heard the answer, his legs went weak. Everything had changed. Time had passed, and his loved ones were gone. No one remembered him anymore.
So the woodcutter left Mount Firmament, but how is he still alive and kicking? With 100 years worth of time inside him, shouldn't he?
Your story, it's a bit far-fetched, don't you think? I mean, if I wasn't from Hongzhen, I might have fallen for it.
Well, that's the whole point. The truth is stranger than fiction, my friend. Every detail in that story is based on real events. Let me share with you the other legend of Mount Firmament. For deep within its sacred peaks lies a powerful secret. The secret of immortality.
The Fountain of Youth.
We all know that Mount Firmament is the abode of the Sentinel, gathering spiritual energies from both heaven and earth for countless eons. Over time, even the mountain itself has taken on the form of our majestic Sentinel. Living in the mountains for long stretches of time, surrounded by fresh air and drinking from nature's own bounty, can add years to one's lifespan. It all starts with that game of Wei Chi, one that the woodcutter stumbled upon. Too bad those secrets have been long forgotten. Gather around now, people. You're in for the story of a lifetime.
Let's go. I got my shorts on, man. I just had to adjust my nuts that was getting strangled. Damn, Changli. She can strangle my nuts. Changli?
Shh.
Okay.
I'll see you there.
What's with the ruckus? Huh? What's that in your hands? Eh. Oh.
Changli gave it to me a moment ago.
Behold Hongzhen in its entirety, next to a ring and hanging eaves. When eternal snow thaw into flowing streams, let us reconvene. Hmm? Oh, I see.
Where I gotta go and meet her? Riddle me this. Do you know what it means?
I see I've got no clue at all. I get the very last part at least. She's asking you out. Well, that's a fancy way to write stuff.
The first part reads like it's about the meeting spot. According to the description, it's somewhere in Hongzhen.
And now, this next sentence. Eternal snow thaw into streams. What is that supposed to mean?
Maybe something to do with the local folklore. Well, we did kind of like they kind of showed off the little waterfalls, didn't they? Maybe somewhere where the snow's coming, the waterfalls, yeah. The permafrost going into there, maybe. I'm experienced, dealt with Jinxie's riddles already.
But the buildings in Hongzhen all look pretty much the same. Which
Talking
one
about
exactly was she
Eves, yeah.
talking about?
You can ask around to find out if I've done this before.
Makes sense. Lead the way.
Dude, we need Abby plushie, man. Am I on my own thinking that? I think Abby's cute. I do. Immortal Blaze. Alright, let's go in Hongzhen.
What do you want? I've done nothing wrong. Huh? Well, you're just asking for directions. Sorry, I'm not a local. Can't help you there.
He sounds like he's from New York.
You were the one talking to Lady Changli earlier, weren't you?
Young man begins looking around warily as if in fear of something terrible hidden in the shadows.
If I were you, I'd steer clear of her. She's a deceitful woman who enjoys toying with people's hearts. A cunning villain who will manipulate you without you even knowing it.
And so?
Haven't you heard? She left her government job to come here, to this small town. There's got to be a reason behind it. I heard she chose to quit her job, but I bet she messed up back in the capital and got demoted here as punishment.
That dude didn't just jump to conclusions. That dude fucking let face first. He's not the nicest to badmouth people like this.
Then I guess you've also been fooled by her looks. That woman will stop at nothing to get what she wants, while you remain oblivious to her true intentions. And by the time you catch on, you'll already be caught in her trap. Hey,
you got curbed.
Has she actually achieved
Dude,
anything substantial
you got
during her
curbed,
time
yeah.
in Jinzhou? Or did Madame Magistrate just fall for her clever words and let her slack off?
You're underestimating Jinxie.
I say you're underestimating Changli's trickery. I heard she tricked that VIP guest of Jinzhou into going to Mount Firmament. Just think about how dangerous that place was. She must have been afraid of him getting too close to Madame Magistrate and ruining her plans. What a sinister woman. Fortunately, that guest was a skilled fighter, and he managed to escape unharmed. I hope you don't mind my frankness. Just giving some advice, because you look pretty innocent and gullible. And not from Jinzhou, judging by your outfit.
Who's
right?
checking her out as well? I'm that VIP guest. Bitch.
Oh, shoot. I completely forgot about something I need to do. Sorry.
I left the stove on. Frick. Hold up, 2 secs. Again, on the screen.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come true.
For the mini magnum. Got the munchies.
Huh? How did she disappear like that? Wait, are you that legendary rover who saved Jinzhou? What can I do for you? Well, you've come to the right person. I'm here to compile a new travel guide for Hangzhen. Next door ring and hanging eaves. Oh, I know where that is. You'll need to stand on the tallest building in Hangzhen to see what you're looking for.
What?
It's on the northeast side of the town. Can't miss it. You'll see it once you get there. Say, that person earlier, that was Lady Changli, right? I saw you talking to her. Of course! Everyone in Jinzhou knows about Lady Changli, even though she rarely appears in public.
How does she deal with the time thing then?
As Master Xuan Miao's disciple, she excels in the arts of politics and diplomacy. Her travels have taken her across the 4 seas, and as Secretary General, she has commanded respect from all who cross her path. Yeah, and she came all the way to Jinzhou to help out Magistrate Jinshi for the sake of peace in Huanglong. She's been working tirelessly behind the scenes since then, fully dedicated to her task.
She is
How
somehow.
can anyone not revere such a selfless act? I could have sworn I just saw her. Where did she go? I wish I could take one more look.
So where did Changli come from now then? See, that makes me think even more that she's somehow related to Cal Charo in some kind of way. You know? I don't know, that's just totally going off that they both keep saying Seva, but still. I need to talk to him as well. Sick when your forte's full, address is on fire.
What can I help you with? When snow thaw into streams? You're not from around here, I bet. When we say that in Hangzhen, we mean the Shichen of Wei. Early afternoon, the warmest hours of a day. Legend tells of a visitor who ventured here some centuries ago. Back then, local villagers were struggling with no firewood due to heavy snow. This visitor opened up a path with their forte and diverted a hot spring to provide warmth and aid. People say it was once a stunning sight, with mist and ice flowing westward down the streams, as if many celestial beings were returning to the sea. Now the sight has unfortunately disappeared, but the saying sticks. We use it to describe time in local speech. Oh, please. I'm only repeating what I've heard from him. He's been on a roll with his stories lately, but let's not take them too seriously. They're just for entertainment.
You don't believe in those stories?
Not that I don't want to believe them, but... Oh, you were listening to one of his stories earlier too, right? What did you think?
And what I wasn't mentioning in the story, so thumbs down.
Really? So you're into stories and anecdotes too? Grandpa Zhou's great-grandfather was a descendant of the first inhabitants of Hangzhen. He grew up hearing stories about Mount Firmament. Recently, he heard Madam Magistrate had resolved the crisis, so he decided to visit and learn more about his roots. People in town are curious about the outside world and how they are perceived. Grandpa Zhou is happy to answer their questions and has unknowingly become popular among them. Before he knew it, everyone was coming to talk to him.
Dude, I swear,
it's funny to hear
my neck
outsiders
feels like I've
describe
been
my
run through
hometown
a fucking
Hangzhen as
cement mixer.
mysterious. We're just a normal place with our own quirks. Especially lately, with so many people from Jinzhou coming on some kind of expedition. They're obsessed with us, like we're some kind of ancient relics. Can you believe they actually asked if our pavo plums have magical powers? Time truly is a formidable force.
Hey, why are the people here so divided about Changli?
Over boobage. We'll have to figure it out for ourselves.
You humans
Maybe stop
make
jerking off with your head
everything
tilted
so
back.
complicated.
She's watching stuff on the
Well,
third monitor.
At least
man.
now we know what she wanted to say.
That's not very good. Let's meet at the highest place in Hongzhen in the early afternoon. It's kind of fucked up.
No, that's much easier to understand. Why does she have to make it a whole riddle? I'm getting sleepy again.
I
Rover?
love the way she talks.
Nice to see you
Dude,
again.
I swear she could be a
How are you
resonator,
liking
man.
Hongzhen so
I know
far?
she's a bit older, but I'm here for it, bro. I am here for a bit of MILF action, you know. It's nice, the place is bustling with life. It's much livelier than before.
The crisis at Mount Firmament has been resolved, and the waterway
Come
between
on.
Jinzhou and Hongzhen is open once
You
again.
know?
As a result,
She's got a hot
there's
voice
been
as
an
well.
increase in visitors from Jinzhou, making the town more lively than before. With the chaos subsiding, our town and city are now reconnected, allowing residents to live and work in peace. We owe you a debt of gratitude, Rover, for your efforts in clearing the remaining effects of temporal disruptions in Mount Firmament over the past few days.
Just doing my part.
We're all indebted to you, Hongzhen and its people alike. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. I couldn't help but notice you've been asking around. Is there something you need assistance with?
Xingyi and Changli have a mutual trust as acquaintances. It should be fine to ask Xingyi instead.
I see. That sounds like something Changli would do. Even though we're not that close, I know a bit about her personality. She wouldn't just hand over something that symbolizes her identity to anyone, especially when... I think it would be better for her to tell you personally. The Magistrate's counselor is shrouded in mystery, and her
Right, so
motives
cute.
are often hard to decipher. When she wants something done, it's never as straightforward as it seems, and few can grasp the true meaning behind her plans. The rumors and controversies surrounding her never cease, but she seems unfazed. However, I believe one has to get involved personally to truly understand Changli's intentions, regardless of public opinion.
My plans exactly.
About the riddle. It seems you have already figured it out by yourself. But remember, it's not just about the answer, but also what she wants you to understand. Then, if you'll excuse me, if there's anything else you need here in Hongzhen, please do not hesitate to let me know.
How good she looks, man. Like she's got a band, what's it on as well, because her forte's full. Like she looks dope when her forte's full. This fucking mouse. Flaming hot. And the eye mask, the bandana, whatever it is. You're going on the tallest building, yeah? This one, yeah. I see a chesticle then. On the eaves, it said yes, so I guess I'm going up to like the gable. There we go.
A ring, she wrote. Should be this ring-shaped ancient structure, I guess.
Wow! It's really huge
Still
now that we look
lacking a
at
bit
it.
like Grover's voices.
Next, hanging eaves. If we look from here, is it that pavilion?
It does look quiet. Should be a nice place for meetings. Getting eepy again.
That must be the place then. I'll get going.
Make it fast. Crosscut. Sever!
Looks so fucking cool. She's so freaking cool, man. I love her. I'm so glad I got her. Not to rub it in, like, bro. I don't really need to get Ling Yang now. Like, I don't really want him, but just so I've got the whole crew, you know? Pokemon style. Between 1 and 3. What time is he? What have we got new? Oh, it's these quest items, yeah. Too late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I made it go a whole nother day, didn't I? Changli meets Changli.
Apologies for my delay.
Holy shit, it's just like sit on my face, man. You know? It's fine, I got here too. I just got here too. It's okay. Come as you please. Jesus.
Thank you for accepting my invitation.
I'm cooming. I'm cooming. I see you really love your riddles.
Oh? And what makes you think so?
Those tokens from Jinxi. It was your idea, was it not?
So, you've guessed it.
You still can get her though, because you didn't
Rover.
actually fail your 50
Jinjo
fail your
faced
50
multiple threats
50.
back then.
You didn't fail
We
your
had to be
50-50, did you?
cautious.
Because you only got more
We did
fees. That
not
was just a
intend
4-star.
to inconvenience you. I regret our lack of hospitality.
It's okay, Jinxi had explained your reasons.
Still, I owe you an apology in person. This time, I just wanted to see you. The brilliant mind that always understood my unspoken words.
She's trying to rizz us up.
I am very grateful you decided to come.
Let's scissor. Let's a deal this time, another errand to run. Let's cut to the chase. What do you want from me? Let's a deal this time, another tacit discord to beat.
I merely have a few questions, and I was wondering if you may
Yeah, I can
have
feel
the
that.
answers.
Jesus!
Does this game of Weiqi look familiar to you, Rover?
Dude, Rover's no slouch either, man.
Apologies. I heard about your memory loss. Please, pardon me. There is a local tale about the secret of immortality being hidden on Mount Firmament. Have you heard about it? Yes, I have a slightly different version of this tale to share. Centuries ago, a Taoist cultivator met an enigmatic visitor on Mount Firmament. Despite their age difference, they soon became friends and often played Weiqi together. One day, a woodcutter stumbled upon them, having lost his way home. Their game mesmerized him so much that he didn't notice the red tie on his basket rotting away. Panicked, he bumped into the Weiqi board. Despite the interruption, the visitor remained unfazed. They offered the woodcutter some tea, then guided him down the mountain, shielding him from dangerous temporal disruptions.
Is it Rover?
After that, the visitor disappeared. Many years later, the Taoist cultivator became a legendary hermit guru. Upon returning to Mount Firmament, in his final years, he reunited with that elusive visitor. The two resumed their unfinished game. People believe the visitor shared their secret of immortality through cleverly placed Weiqi pieces as a final parting gift. Yes and no. This game is missing the final 20 moves. It is unfinished. That was a bit different from what you heard before, I guess. The story changed over time, infused with fantasy in each retelling. But that's how old tales go, slowly losing their truth as they're passed down.
You mean the other folklores may have some truth too?
Precisely. The legend may be shrouded in myth, but that game of Weiqi was real. Embedded within its records lies a cryptic message. This game record can solve the crisis of time. From what I know, only the Sentinel in its prime has the power to manipulate time through its possession of a complete temporal mandate. For us mere mortals, controlling time is indeed similar to gaining immortality. As the records state, it only reveals itself when Mount Firmament emerges. But how it ties to the temporal mandate remains an enigma, at least for now.
Dude, she looks so good. Look at her hair and everything, man. Everything's just perfect. Rover, Tai Chi, Changli, threesome, discuss. Two in the pink, one in the stink. Yes, yes, yes. Yes and yes.
If that is the case,
And yes and more.
we'll be able to heal the Sentinel's wounds. But our chances are looking slim. That game record could just hold my teacher's memories, not any real value. So I am presenting this as merely a personal request. I am planning to go find that record. Could you please join me?
I'm down.
Thank you for lending me a hand. I promise it will be worth your while.
I'm interested in this tale too.
Splendid.
Dude, I'm glad I ain't got to go to that physio for a couple of weeks. It's fucking useless.
Very well. Let's meet on the gallery road outside Hongzhen. I still have some preparations to do. Please, go ahead. I'll join you later.
Give me your babies.
Feathers incinerate. My blade yearns.
Strike as one.
Together we vanish.
Evil be cleansed.
I know my tips are absolutely spectacular, but I feel like our thighs need a moment of reflection. Those things could destroy lives, dudes. They are thick. Thick. Big fan.
Would these be enough for your needs? Tell me if there's anything else you want.
Oh, look, shinies.
Ooh. Shinies. Really, bro? Where's this? Oh, there it is. Have I just spotted that? Where the fuck is this? Oh man, I've got the fucking thing marked. Oh, whatever. Got the souvenir shop marked. I was like, oh, let's pop over to there. I'd got it marked for some reason. It's fucking here.
Make it fast.
Yeah, that VA is good, yeah.
Make it fast.
I like it. Oops, sorry. I did download them. I freaking did. What are you talking about? The glacier, that. I'm kind of tired today. Fucking crackheads by me woke me up, man. Last night. 12:30 arguing. Fucking girl who lives down the street, her dad nearly got into a fight with the one. And then he was up the street effing and blinding. So I've kept my mouth shut for long enough. Like, I couldn't help myself, man. I'll get the water. And I was like, oi, you're going to be fucking shouting in the street. Go fuck off somewhere else and do it.
Make it fast.
You pricks, man. I kind of want to have a go in the tactical simulacrum. No, simulacrum. We all do it. I'll have a little look. Little simulacrum. Can I fast travel to it? Yeah. Is it, is it taking so long? Side quest tactical simulacrum. Shit, have I not done that then? Here we go. Lego do that then. Lego do that then. Have you got a moment? Would you like to participate in our latest research project? Yes. Yeah. Check the research project Queen John talked about. Let me do it. It should be the projection thing Queen Gong was talking about. I should try it out. Okay, select the stage you wish to challenge. Select buffs. Clawback. Casting a heavy attack increases the damage of resonators in the team by 4% for 15 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. This can only be triggered one time every 1 second. Increase electro damage by 20% when dealing damage. Additionally, increase electro damage by 2% for 80 seconds. I guess we'll go with that. We're doing the probably best to go with Jian though because of the heavier. Let's see if we can get away with using her as well. Go all out. Attack, attack, attack.
Be reduced to cinders.
Lend me your strength, heaven ordains. Banish all vice.
Break! Wind Rider!
Pussy! Oh shit, there's more.
Retreat to advance.
My blade yearns. Strike as one. Fast and starlight. Evil be cleansed.
Fuck.
Together we vanish. Mind's eye.
Those are bitches.
Wind Rider!
He went straight into it, man. No fucking around.
Together we fight.
Together we vanish. Perish in flames. Who's the caged bird now?
Strike as one.
Dude, I love how she's like riding the blade. Score 1,507. Technical points 100. Time points 407. And monster points 1,000. Okay. I don't know if that's good or bad or what. It's probably not the best, of course. Obviously not the best, but you know. I feel like technical points we could get more. Oh, shit, yeah, we could get a lot more. Reach 1,000 points in stage 2. Alright, come on then. Let's go, you pussies. Let's do this shit. We've got here refraction increase spectral damage by 30%. This bonus increases by 10% every 30 seconds until it reaches 20%. When casting resonance liberation, additionally increase spectral damage by 10% up to 70%. When casting resonance skill resonates in the team, gain a resound upon. Right, let's go with this, man. And we'll play it a bit more. What's it this time? We'll pull in Rover. We'll pull in Jinse. And we'll pull in Varina. Actually, yeah, we'll pull in Varina as well. Get a bit of buff action on the go, yeah. Bit of buff action on the go. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's clap some cheeks.
Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
Almost, Changli. Let it end.
It is 4:15.
The sky beckons.
I'm sure Rose, you'll understand. Jokes.
Moldy, luminous energy.
Oh, it's his prick.
Onward. Swift and resolute. No hesitation.
Moment of awakening. Fine harmony. Shine forevermore. Heaven ordains. Banish all vice. Embrace the change. Strike as one. Lend me your strength. Insolence. Onward.
Break. The hour is upon us.
Moment of awakening.
Swift and resolute.
Lend me your strength.
Strike from the shadows.
Fluorescent shadows. Evil be cleansed. Oh,
Oh, it's
stars,
42k. Let's go.
heed my calling.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Clapped. That morning ace got just pretty much 1-2 tap there by Jinsa. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Okay, I like this. I like this, actually. This is kind of fun. So this is what I like. This is what I was talking about. You know, these different things. We just need to get them a bit more often, potentially, maybe. Oh, nice. Got a good chunk of stuff there. It's going to make me go all the way to hard pity. I know it. All the way. We're going to have to do 80 pulls, aren't we? We're going to have to do 80 pulls. Just like Jinsa's weapon. To be fair, though, I can't be mad, though. We got fucking Changli in 22, so, you know. You win some, you lose some. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. Got time to squeeze another one, I think. Have a go at this one. Ooh, we can have 2 buffs. When basic attack deals damage, increase the resonance skill damage bonus of all resonators in the team by 4% for 12 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. Increase fusion damage. No, we don't want to. When healing a resonator in the team attack. Yeah, let's go with. Oh, actually. Let's go with that. Can we use that as a secondary one? Yeah. Yeah. Alright then. Let's go Jinsa. To the basics. And then let's go let's say we go Yinlin. And then we go where is she? Verena. Team level's too low. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. I fucking hate this thing though.
Luminous energy. Huh?
I've had enough. Get lost.
that bitch.
Leave it to me. Listen up.
No mercy. Don't blink. My field of expertise.
Roll for me.
Tear them to pieces.
Together we fight. Fluorescent shadows.
Get the fuck out of here.
Photosynthesis.
Zap string. It's our curtain call. My field of expertise.
Blue. Life is in everything.
You're not getting away.
Bask in starlight. Thus it ends.
74k, man. Let's go. Basically, like, because he was dead after like 20.
Leave it to me.
Zap string. Time to wrap it up.
Fluorescent shadows. Evil be cleansed. Onward.
New one. Who's next? Who wants it? Oh, it's this fucker. Come on, bitch.
Listen up.
Tear them to pieces. I've had enough. Get lost. Watch and learn.
Together we fight. Find harmony. Embrace the change. Bask in starlight. Thus it ends. Thunder guide us.
Ooh, another.
Luminous energy.
Alright, let's go, buddy.
Time to wrap it up. My field of expertise.
Strike as one. Fluorescent shadows.
You'll pay for this.
Take flight. Evil be cleansed.
Tear them to pieces.
Easy. Easy. Alright, Rosie just texted me. She wants me to pick her up a little bit late from work today. She's a bit behind. So instead of picking her up at 5, I've got to pick her up at 5:30 so we can play a little bit more. Let's go. Coming in clutch. She's coming in clutch.
Onwards.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't want to play it again. Alright, what was it? What would it get? Was it 20? 24? $28. $24,000. Jeez. That's going to take some doing, that is. That's going to mean getting more than 3,000. What, 4, 8, 12, 16, 18, 22. So we need to get like 5k a pop. Holy shit. When counter-attacking, increase the damage of resonating the team by 200% for 5 seconds. When casting a resonance skill, increase the attack of resonating the team by 2.5% for 15 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. I think we're going to go with the dodge as well. I feel like they're going to be a little bit more useful for us for the most part. Do we try and just go? Do we try the double DPS thing? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Life is in everything.
Wind Rider.
Almost Changli. Blessed ends.
You're wide open. Set. Wind Rider.
Bask in the sunlight. Thunder guide us. Sacred light.
Ready for battle. Tell truth to the sun.
Who wants it next? Who wants it next? You want some as well, do you, buddy? You want it? I'll give it ya.
Lend me your strength. Blessed ends. Luminous energy. Heaven ordains. Banish all vice.
You're wide open. Fear no more.
Right. Bring it now.
Strike is one. Odysseus. Bask in the sunlight.
Unstoppable.
Finessed. We're gonna get points wise there. We've got to get decent points for that. Yeah, I feel like we rolled that motherfucker. Let's go. Let's go. We rolled that bitch. We absolutely rolled that. That 200% was just sounded too good, you know? Sounded too good. Maybe we better go on with the other ones. Alright, nice. Plenty of points to be gained here. Damn! Open to claim 1 5-star elite class echo of your choice. I think I will. Actually, I think I will. I think I will. Cheers, mate. Again, all the goodies now, chat. All the goodies I'm talking about. Where does that shit go? You know, the echo thing. Where does that go? Yeah. Hey, can we get? Oh, it's only an elite. Fuck. Yeah, let's get Light Crusher. Spectral attack bonus. Yes. Yes. Hold up a second. That'd be good for where is her? Actually kind of alright with all of those, actually. We're actually kind of alright. We're actually alright. We could go maybe with a 4-3 for... nah, that's too good. Nah. Nah. It's there anyway for somebody else, I guess. It's there for somebody else. Future-proofed. Future-proofed. Alright. Off. We ain't getting 24k anyway. Increase air roll damage by 30%. This bonus decreases by 10% every 30 seconds until it reaches 20%. Oh, what? So it goes down like 3. Okay. Casting Resonance Liberation, additional increase air roll damage by 10% up to 70%. When casting Resonance Liberation, increase the attack of resonators in the team by 4% and restore 10% resonance energy. This can only be triggered one time every 2 seconds, stacks up to 10 times. Upon a successful dodge, increase its own attack by 5% for 60 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. All stacks remove when taking damage. I'm thinking we go with Breeze and maybe Immaculate. Let's try it. Let's see what we get. Let's try it. Let's go.
Bask in the sunlight.
Wind Rider. Time to fight back. Retreat, don't you worry.
Crush them.
My field of expertise.
Going against wind. Life is in everything.
I've had enough. Get lost.
Ready for battle. Unstoppable.
Blue. Watch out.
Fuck.
My field of expertise. Sure, Zap String. It's our curtain call. There's a
Finale. Tell truth with the sun.
Listen up. Luminous energy.
Wind Rider.
We'll see.
Retreat to the
tear them to pieces. Now
You're wide open. Fear no more.
get lost.
Ready for battle. Unstoppable.
We haven't worked our buffs as good as we could have, though, to be fair.
Break.
Roll for me. Zapstring. It's our curtain call. Watch and learn. My field of expertise.
Luminous energy.
Don't blink! Think you got permission?
You're wide open. Tell truth or facade.
Tear them to pieces. Good. There's no time to waste. Tear them to pieces.
Life is in everything.
Time to wrap it up.
Wind Rider.
I know your tricks, bro. I know your tricks. I know your tricks, buddy.
Ready for battle.
Too many holograms to fall for that one. Let's go. 6K. That's got to put us at 20K, yeah. What do we need? 24. We're 18. Oh, no, we haven't even reached that. What? What are we at? What are we at? What are we at? What? 17. Oh, man, we're just off that boy. 700. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? You fucking kidding me? 11 hours for that. Every attack increases damage and resonators in the team for 4% for 15 seconds, up to 20 times. Can only be triggered one time every 1 second. All right, let's where is she? Let's try it. See if we can get a bit more out of this one.
Bask in the sunlight.
Wind Rider.
Fight back. No mercy. My field of expertise.
Tell truth or facade.
Don't blink! Time to wrap it up.
Ready for battle. Wind Rider.
Not today, Mr. Monkey.
Tear them to pieces.
Life is in everything.
My field of expertise. Zapstring. It's our curtain call. You're not getting away.
You're wide open. Fear no more.
We get fucked by the animation cancel then on her ability again. Not by much. Not by much. What can buff the? What can buff the score then? Potentially like using Calcharo, maybe. You know? And what will give us more? Like going in without a buff, maybe? Increase electrode damage by 20% when dealing additional electrode damage. Alright, let's try this then. Buff limit reached. Oh, okay. Shit, let's get the shit out of me. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Alright, let's try the electro bonus then, and let's go with Calcharo. Not really going to be the best for this, to be fair, but we'll give him a whirl, yeah. Good to have you. I'm wearing this actually. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it.
Rowing against wind. Luminous energy.
War spares no one. It's time.
Watch him learn. Crush them! My field of expertise.
Watch out!
Oh. Fuck that up, man.
Tear them to pieces.
Target confirmed. Misery follows. Saw that coming.
Life is in everything.
Time to wrap it up. No mercy.
Target confirmed.
Feel like that's got us more points, yeah? Maybe a little. Yes, let's go. Little bit more. Just a little bit more. If we could kill that. Well, if we didn't take hits on the feeling Baringle, and if what we need to do is as soon as we hit when the Crownless spawns in, we need to pull back because he dashes right past us, doesn't he? So we need to be like on him as quick as possible. So we need to like dash back as fast as possible, hit him with Vereen, and then straight into like the ults. Like kind of messed up. You can almost clear him with like 3 ults. Still off though. Still off. We could probably squeeze some more out of these ones though. Like this one, we got a decent amount in. And obviously, if we can get any, if we like, we seem to be getting more points. So I don't know if you get given more points for these. Like, so if we can get 7 out of this, that'll potentially put us at 24k. You know, we'll see what happens. See what we get out of that. We might not even need to be trying to squeeze every last drop out of the others. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to do that. Yo, chat though, I am going to call it there though, man. It is 1:15. I do appreciate everybody hanging out today. I've had an absolute blast. We will be maybe back a little bit later actually. I'm not 100% yet. But if not, I will probably see you all in tomorrow. Yeah, definitely looks better in full, doesn't he? I'll definitely see you in tomorrow. But yeah, I do plan to maybe try and jump on again later. I've got some stuff, more reaction stuff I want to do, and play some more video games as well. So yeah, look out for a new video on the channel. Hopefully, you know, this evening potentially. We'll see how things go. I'll get stuff downloaded, edited, and uploaded. But if you haven't already, check out the videos that are up on the channel already. I appreciate everybody who's been watching the videos. It's been actually insane. You guys have been supporting them really well. And yeah, thank you. See you all later. Love your faces. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cheerio.